Chapter 1728. The three-headed wolf heaved a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing Enlil finally relent. It led Enlil out of the cave and over the crystal mountain ranges toward the east. Enlil looked up at the eastern sky to find that it was green. The peak of green was in this direction. Purple, red, and white. The exit was at the end of these three colors. Could it be that the spirit patriarch palace was at the end of the green path? Enlil rode on the three-headed wolf's back and galloped onward. He had initially planned to wait for a day before setting off. But what if his enemies beat him to it? Time was of the essence, and it was also of the essence. Sometimes a single minute could determine the fate of an opportunity. Hence, Enlil decided not to wait any longer. In any case, there weren't many beings in the entire spirit realm that could pose a threat to him now that 60% of his power had been sealed away. Along the way, the three-headed wolf helped Enlil slay a few dozen void spirit tribe powerful beings and rescued a few seductive female spirit tribe cultivators. What was worth mentioning was that Enlil also encountered living beings from the Lightwing clan, Vermilion Bird tribe, Blood tribe, and other tribes along the way, but there weren't many of them. The three-headed wolf carried Enlil on its back for over 500,000 kilometers. A palace enshrouded in layers of green mist began to appear before their eyes. It was grand and majestic, and it lay dormant on the ground like a primordial beast. Enlil was struck by an aura of eternity upon seeing it. The palace was materialized from soul power, and its entire structure was inky black like jade. 99 soul power pillars supported the dome of the palace, which was over 60,000 meters tall. There were all types of void spirit tribe living beings carved into the exterior walls of the palace like totems. He didn't know what was inside the palace. There was a blue light emanating from the entrance, and a peculiar enchantment barrier kept out all living beings. Crap! There are 3 super powerful beings up ahead. The three-headed giant wolf, who had been killing everything in its path, suddenly crouched down like a puppy, shivering and restraining its aura. Enlil could see that there were already 16 void, spirit, tribe, powerful beings gathered outside the palace. All of them were mighty figures at or above the return to void stage, and 3 of them were even Tao integration stage super mighty figures, all of whom exuded an extremely intimidating aura. The Tao integration initial stage Dark Soul Emperor had the appearance of a black jellyfish with countless crimson meteors dangling from its tentacles. This was the Tao integration intermediate stage Sword Essence Emperor, who had countless ancient golden swords embedded into its back. Its entire body was crimson, and it had a pair of bull horns on its head. Light and darkness intertwined around its body. At times, it was as dazzling as the sun, and at other times, it was as dark as a black hole. Its body was perfectly round and exuded a sense of harmony. Its cultivation base was that of the Tao integration intermediate stage chaotic demon ball. These were all extremely renowned super mighty figures on the Tai Chu continent. It was no wonder that the three-headed giant wolf was so scared. It could barely be considered a rookie Tao integration stage super mighty figure, so it would definitely be scared to death upon seeing these 3 colossi. Enlil pondered for a moment. If he were to face 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures at once in his current state, it would definitely be a tough battle. However, if he charged straight through the gate, there was still a good chance that he would be able to survive. Is the key that you're talking about the right to enter that gate? Enlil asked. The three-headed giant wolf nodded hurriedly. That's right. As long as we charge through the gate with the key, we won't be obstructed by the enchantment barrier around the spirit patriarch palace. The three-headed giant wolf shuddered with surprise. You're not trying to force your way through, are you? They don't have the key anyway, so they want to find another way to dispel the enchantment barrier. If I go in first, I'll be able to seize the initiative, so why not? Enlil smiled. Give me the key. The three-headed giant wolf obediently handed a white key to Enlil. At this moment, outside the spirit patriarch palace, I finally discovered a new flaw in this enchantment barrier. The chaotic demon Ball exclaimed with excitement. Find 6 more flaws, and the 3 of us will be able to break through the enchantment barrier of the spirit realm, the Sword Essence Emperor said in an indifferent voice. I'm really looking forward to it. This is definitely the Spirit Patriarch Palace. It's the holy land that the Void Spirit Tribe has yearned for countless years, and we're about to break through it. If we can obtain the inheritance inside, we'll have a chance to progress to the legendary God of Creation stage. The Dark Soul Emperor chortled with glee. The 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures were all brimming with energy and vigor. It was quite clear that they were all waiting to reach the pinnacle of the spirit life stage. Right at this moment, the 3 super mighty figures' expressions shifted. There's a powerful aura approaching, the Dark Soul Emperor exclaimed. The Sword Essence Emperor's eyes were as sharp as swords, and it exclaimed in shock, It's Enlin! And Lin has also come to the spirit realm. Crap, he's also discovered the Spirit Patriarch Palace. The chaotic demon Ball trembled lightly. They had heard many legends about Enlin recently, and they had also seen videos of Enlin's battles. As such, they were well aware of just how terrifyingly powerful Enlin was, and they weren't as confident as the god-engulfing skeleton. Enlin's name alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of all the Tao integration stage super mighty figures. This was the power of his name. This was not the power of an ordinary bad asterisk sus being. No, this Spirit Patriarch Palace can't be taken. A crazed expression appeared on the Sword Essence Emperor's face. The 3 of us can hold off Enlin for a while. During this time, we'll send the other return to Void Stage Void Spirit Kings to contact the nearby Void Spirit Tribe Emperors to kill Enlin. The chaotic demon Ball nodded. As opposed to letting this human take it, we might as well share it with all the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures. In reality, Enlin will be excluded just like us. Even if we don't stop him, he won't be able to enter the Spirit Patriarch Palace, the Dark Soul Emperor said. The Sword Essence Emperor's eyes lit up. You're saying we'll force Enlin to back down? The Dark Soul Emperor nodded. That's right. We won't stop him. We'll let him crash into the Spirit Patriarch's enchantment barrier and let him experience just how terrifying it is. That way, perhaps he'll leave in despair. After all, if he stays here for too long, more Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures might arrive. If he's smart enough, he'll definitely choose to leave. The chaotic demon Ball also smiled. That way, we won't have to share the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance with the other super mighty figures. All right, let's do that. The Sword Essence Emperor nodded. Thus, the 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures all parted for Enlin as he flew toward them. The dozen or so returned to Void Stage super mighty figures even hid off to the side. Enlin was just about to unleash a vicious battle to force his way through the Void Spirit Tribe super mighty figures' defenses. He had even unleashed his buff, mystic technique when he was greeted by a peculiar sight. All of the enemies before him had all scurried off to the side to create some distance between them. It was as if they were at his mercy. Enlin faltered upon seeing this. What were these mighty figures doing? There seemed to be smugness and disdain in their eyes. Enlin blinked before flying toward the entrance of the Spirit Patriarch Palace. All of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures couldn't help but burst into laughter as they looked at Enlin as if they were looking at an idiot. Enlin pulled out a white key before charging toward the blue gate of light. Thanks. Enlin expressed his sincere gratitude toward all of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures who had parted for him. The blue gate of light began to ripple like water. Enlin flew into the blue gate of light without any impediment. All of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures' smiles froze on their faces, and everyone fell silent. All of the Void Spirit Tribe mighty figures were dumbstruck. Chapter 1729. What's going on? The Dark Soul Emperor murmured. Didn't you say we were going to force Enlin to retreat? What's going on now? The chaotic demon ball tremored violently. The Sword Essence Emperor drew a sharp intake of breath. The enchantment barrier of the Spirit Patriarch Palace didn't stop Enlin? Could it be that Enlin has mastered something that no one knows about? The three Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, looked at each other, and they could all see the awkwardness in each other's eyes. It seemed like they had done something stupid. They had left the gate wide open and allowed an enemy to walk in. All of the other return to void stage mighty figures were already looking at them with strange expressions. Hee, the Spirit Patriarch Palace is definitely fraught with peril. We've already lured Enlin into the Spirit Patriarch Palace, so he's definitely going to die in there. The Dark Soul Emperor chuckled coldly. That's a good plan, the chaotic demon ball praised. Let's hurry up and break the enchantment barrier of the Spirit Patriarch Palace, so we can collect Enlin's body, the Sword Essence Emperor said in a calm voice. The three Tao integration stage, super mighty figures uttered words that even they themselves didn't believe as they resumed their mission of breaking the enchantment around the Spirit Patriarch Palace. However, there was already a hint of urgency in their actions. At this moment, within the Spirit Patriarch Palace, Enlin passed through the enchantment barrier and was greeted by the sight of an extremely vast palace. Countless golden balls of light hovered in the air above the palace, and the golden light emanating from them gave the palace a golden sheen. This was completely different from the twisted and depraved atmosphere that Enlin had envisioned in the Void Spirit Tribe. The ground was a series of vibrant colors, and there were a series of ancient images depicted on it. There were scenes of the growth and reproduction of the Void Spirit Tribe, as well as countless epic battles. All of this was displayed on the 10-square-kilometer-wide palace. Even after countless years, the images on the ground were still extremely clear and lifelike. It was as if Enlin had really stepped into that magnificent era, and an extremely heavy sense of history washed over him. Not only that, but there was also a peculiar sense of fashion to the images. Enlin wasn't in a hurry to look for other things. Instead, he looked through the images and committed them to memory. He instinctively felt like this would be helpful for his future exploration. The Void Spirit Tribe was a twisted and insane race that had done many incomprehensible things. They liked to conduct experiments on their own bodies. If they succeeded, they would become more powerful. If they failed, they would just die or suffer a fate worse than death. They had also massacred cities, destroyed countries, and even liked to stab their own allies to death with their knives. It was exactly because of this that, aside from the Blood Tribe, there was no power on the Tai Chu continent that didn't hate the Void Spirit Tribe. However, this didn't diminish the power of the Void Spirit Tribe. Enlin looked at the screen, which also provided a very rough account of the Spirit Patriarch's history. He had originally thought that the Spirit Ancestor would be a peerless powerhouse of his generation. His arrogance would soar to the heavens, and he would be filled with a domineering aura. In the end, after careful research, he discovered that the Spirit Ancestor was actually a homebody. That's right, the Spirit Patriarch was a spiritual being that stayed in the Void Spirit Realm and did research nonstop. He was so engrossed in his research that he was unable to extricate himself from it, and he often spent hundreds or even thousands of years on a single research project. Furthermore, he would use his own body to conduct experiments. He would constantly use special medicines and soul power to stimulate his own consciousness, which would then undergo changes. If a normal Void Spirit tribe member were to do this, they would have died a long time ago. However, the Spirit Patriarch was extremely lucky. Whatever methods he used to stimulate his own body would be just right. Sometimes he would even be able to achieve additional effects. The Spirit Patriarch had been constantly conducting research on his own body. He would constantly take pills to stimulate his own body, and his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds. He soon reached the return to Void stage and even the Tao integration stage. There was no description of how the world was created, but it was already enough to shock Enlin. The spirit patriarch had almost never battled in his entire life, nor did he cultivate. All he did was constantly take pills and stimulate himself, thereby allowing his cultivation base to rise. This was the first time Enlin had ever seen such an astonishing feat. Why did the spirit patriarch die in the end? Enlin was perplexed. The spirit patriarch was like a mad scientist. He only liked to do research and had almost never fought with other mighty figures. What he loved was research. Who could kill him? With these questions in mind, Enlin walked around the palace again to no avail. He turned his gaze toward the 9 doors outside the palace. 8 of them were particularly eye-catching. They were all pure ocean blue in color. There were even ancient man characters carved into them. They were open door, rest door, life door, pain door, stop door, view door, death door, and surprise door. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Void Spirit Tribe also knows how to use the art of concealment. Enlin clicked his tongue in wonder. If Enlin recalled correctly, this art of concealment was left behind by the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, right? The mystical maiden of the 9 heavens had disappeared. He didn't know what relationship the spirit patriarch had with the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, and why he would use her mystic technique as the name of the palace. Enlin pushed open the open door with unease. The interior of the door was extremely spacious. There were many treasure chests open, but there was nothing inside. Enlin faltered for a moment, and a sense of unease suddenly welled up in his heart. He discovered traces of battle, as well as residual energy from the destruction of the restriction. Enlin immediately turned around and walked toward the other door. He opened the rest door. There were countless bookshelves inside, but there were no books on them. There was a stone tablet with countless questions, but it was already covered in cracks and dilapidated. Enlin opened the life door. There was a gigantic pill refinement cauldron inside, as well as countless pill boxes. However, there were no pills in the boxes. He opened the pain door. There was an empty weapon rack. Afterward, the stop door, view door, death door, and surprise door opened one after another. Empty, empty, they were all empty. Enlin had a mental breakdown. This dungeon had already been King, passed by someone else. He recalled what the 3-headed wolf had said to him. It had said that it had already entered the spirit patriarch palace. However, some places were too dangerous, so it didn't dare to enter. It had only wandered around the outer perimeter. Could it be that these doors were the outer perimeter that the 3-headed wolf had mentioned? CK, I took so many good things, but it said that I only wandered around the outer perimeter? And Lin was filled with remorse. He should have properly plundered the 3-headed wolf. But now, the 3-headed wolf had broken free from his restraints. It was most likely nowhere to be seen by now, right? And Lin sighed softly. He turned his gaze toward the final door. There were a total of 9 doors in the palace. The final door was very special. He could even sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from it. It was precisely because of this that Lin had left this door for last. The final door also had a name. It was as if blood had been smeared right in the middle of the door. It was extremely glaring. It was called the Once You Enter, You'll Never Return door. Chapter 1730. Once you enter, you'll never be able to return. What a simple and crude name. The 3-headed wolf must have sensed some danger, which was why it had stopped here. It had to be said that its wild beast instincts were very accurate. The things inside were very dangerous, and even Lin was struck by a sense of pressure. However, since he was already here, he naturally had to take a look. And Lin took a deep breath as he looked at the gate before him before pushing it open. A bone-chilling gust of wind swept toward him as soon as the gate was opened. And Lin immediately activated his vital energy to unleash a protective spell technique around his body in order to keep the chill at bay. A winding and winding secret passageway appeared before him. Blue soul power filled the entire secret passageway, and the blue soul power lit up the entire passageway, giving it a sense of eeriness. and Lin extended a hand to touch the soul power, only to find that the blue soul power seemed to have gone berserk, crushing relentlessly into his palm and tearing at his protective vital energy. It's so powerful right off the bat. And Lin was quite surprised. The blue soul power was extremely dense, and it had already reached the Tao integration stage. If the three-headed wolf were to come here, its consciousness would most likely be ground into nothingness by this blue soul power. However, Enlin was not intimidated in the slightest by this level of attack, and he immediately made his way toward the secret passageway. Boundless blue soul power crashed into Enlin in a frenzy, but it was unable to do anything to Enlin. Enlin was a little disappointed. He discovered that his consciousness had no desire for this type of soul power, unlike when he killed the crystal monster, which could actively devour the dissipating soul power. Looks like my consciousness is also a picky eater. The purer the soul power, the more delicious it is. Looks like the crystal monster is not as simple as it looks. And Lin murmured to himself. That made sense. A return to void stage crystal monster could bestow life upon a statue through some kind of special fusion method, thereby drastically enhancing its power. Not only that, but he had also obtained a spirit patriarch level opportunity. This kind of experience and aptitude was already at the level of a main character, and Lin was deep in thought as he advanced along the secret passage. In the end, he arrived at a relatively spacious space. There was a ferocious abyss tiger totem carved into ground. Powerful soul power was circulating around the totem, causing the abyss tiger's colors to become more vivid and lifelike. It was as if the abyss tiger was really about to pounce at Enlin. Then, the abyss tiger really pounced at Enlin. Roar! The dark tiger's aura congealed the space around it, and its entire body was enshrouded in inky black, divine Tao light. It was as fast as lightning, and its claws stabbed toward Lin's throat. Pa! And Lin slapped the extraordinarily imposing abyss tiger to the ground. Go back to where you came from. And Lin harumphed coldly before stomping a foot down onto the dark tiger's body, upon which it exploded. The abyss tiger totem on the ground dimmed. At this moment, a crisp clap sounded. From the darkness, an extremely beautiful woman in a light blue dress slowly passed through the wall and appeared beside Enlin. Congratulations, Fated One. You've passed the primary trial and have the right to accept the Spirit Patriarch's hidden trial. If you can pass the trial, you'll receive the core inheritance of the Spirit Patriarch. The woman in the blue dress inched closer to Enlin with a seductive smile on her face. And Lin was given a fright by the woman who suddenly appeared. He couldn't sense any aura from her body. It was as if she didn't exist, but she was chatting with him cheerfully. Who are you? And Lin was shocked. Me. The woman in the blue dress tapped her chin with a faint smile. Isn't it obvious? I'm the artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace. As for my name, you can call me Spirit Maiden. And Lin came to a sudden realization. So she had fused as one with the Spirit Patriarch Palace. No wonder he couldn't sense her aura. The Spirit Patriarch Palace was her true body. However, Enlin didn't let his guard down. There was once a benevolent woman in a white dress who told him that she was the mastermind of a certain laboratory, but he was tricked by her to the point where he began to doubt his own life. He was already traumatized by the existence in charge of the ruins, and he instinctively felt that she wasn't a good person. So, big sister Spirit Maiden, how should I proceed with the trial? And Lin forced a smile onto his face. The Spirit Maiden nodded with a thoughtful expression. No one has ever come here before. Let me think about how I can kill you first. And Lin, wait, did I hear wrongly? Kill me? That's straightforward. And Lin's expression was filled with question marks. He had considered the possibility that she would try to trick him or even set up all kinds of terrifying trials like Bai Ling. However, never would he have thought that the Spirit Maiden would say it out loud. The Spirit Maiden sighed with resignation. The spirit patriarch doesn't like people who lie, so he changed my attribute to a state where I can't lie. I'm really sorry. And Lin's lips twitched, and he felt as if there was a lump in his throat. She was sorry that she had revealed her true thoughts about how she wanted to kill him. This apology was really fresh and refined, and Lin was very depressed. However, there was one good thing about this. At the very least, he knew the spirit maiden's true thoughts and wouldn't be tricked by her. At the very least, she would be able to say it out loud if she wanted to kill him. Can't you just let me go? You can't go to extremes when it comes to choosing talents, and Lin pleaded. The spirit maiden shook her head. I can't. The spirit patriarch said that only supremely talented prodigies that I can't kill will have the right to inherit his legacy. What kind of train of thought was this? The mighty spirit patriarch, the most powerful being in the Void spirit tribe, could come up with such a simple and crude method? And Lin couldn't help but grumble internally, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. Big sister spirit maiden, you have to have your own ideas and be flexible. You can't always be so stubborn. The spirit patriarch built this palace to choose a suitable successor, not to destroy all hope. I'll show you how good I am. I also have many artifact spirits, and all of them are very good to me and hold me in high regard. How about this? You refine it for me first, and we can talk about cultivation in the future. The spirit maiden looked at Lin as if she were looking at an idiot. I am indeed an artifact spirit that can't lie, but that doesn't mean I'm retarded. Do you accept the trial or not? If not, then piss off. And Lin, I accept. The spirit maiden's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she pointed at the 4 different gates of light. These are the 4 holy gates. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and Xianwu correspond to 4 different trials of souls. You can choose how you want to die next. Trial of souls, and Lin's expression shifted. That's right. My master, the spirit patriarch, cultivates the divine sense, so the trials naturally target the divine sense as well. The spirit maiden had a matter-of-fact expression on her face as she said, the inheritance is also related to the divine sense. And Lin's head began to hurt upon hearing this. His divine sense seemed to still be in a deep slumber. How the hell was he supposed to participate in a trial? Chapter 1731. And Lin fell silent. The spirit maiden couldn't help but urge him. Which trial are you going to choose? Which trial? He definitely wouldn't choose any of them. His consciousness was in a deep slumber, so what the hell was he going to do? Wasn't that the same as throwing his life away? Of course. And Lin definitely couldn't tell her the truth. Ahem, I have to make some preparations. And Lin explained, you have to adjust your condition before entering any trial. Only then will you have a better chance of success. The spirit maiden nodded. How long do you need to prepare? About 12 hours. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying. The spirit maiden nodded to indicate that she had no objections. In any case, she had already waited for countless years. Even an extra 100 years wouldn't be a big deal to her. And Lin pretended to adjust his condition. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. By the way, spirit maiden, there are a dozen or so Void spirit tribe cultivators outside trying to force their way into the spirit patriarch formation. Ha ha, what an arrogant fellow. How could these ants possibly break the protective formation set up by the spirit ancestor? They won't be able to break it even after 10,000 years. The spirit maiden chuckled coldly, and Lin was greatly reassured upon hearing this. What he feared the most was that a bunch of enemies would force their way in when he was at his weakest. If that happened, he would be in a perilous situation. 10 hours later, boom! The spirit patriarch palace shook violently. Crap! The gate of the spirit patriarch palace has been broken. The spirit maiden's expression shifted drastically. And Lin, what's going on, big sister? Didn't you say they wouldn't be able to break it even after 10,000 years? And Lin's expression darkened. At this moment, Lin was already beginning to doubt the spirit maiden's ability to never lie. She was the epitome of a F***king liar. The spirit maiden's face flushed red, and she straightened her neck in shame. As the saying goes, a sage is bound to make a mistake. Everything is subject to change, and I'm not a god. How can I be omniscient and omnipotent? It's normal for me to be wrong once. And Lin rolled his eyes. He couldn't blame her for guessing wrongly, but she had confidently said that the other party wouldn't be able to break it even after 10,000 years. In the end, it was broken in just 10 hours. This disparity. Wasn't it too ridiculous? A ferocious expression appeared on the spirit maiden's face as she said, "They don't have a key, yet they still dare to force their way into the spirit patriarch palace. Do they really think I'm a pushover? This is my home ground. I will let them know what a true nightmare is. Have you thought of a good way to defeat them?" And Lin asked excitedly. The spirit maiden nodded with an enraged expression. "I'm going to lure them into the trials of the 4 holy beings, then use the most terrifying soul power to torture them to death." And Lin's face twitched. "Is there a difference? You make it sound like your goal wasn't to kill a trial taker." The spirit maiden faltered momentarily before blinking her light blue eyes. "That's right, and Lin. Had this artifact spirit been a hermit for too long that her brain couldn't think straight? Charge! Roar! Damn it, why are they all empty? That B** starred in Lin must have gotten to them first. I'm going to tear him to shreds. Don't worry, there's another passageway here. Let's go through this passageway." The voices of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings traveled over from the distance, and Lin's heart shuddered. His consciousness hadn't awakened yet, so he didn't want to fight them for now. "Spirit Maiden, find a place for me. I haven't finished adjusting yet," and Lin instructed. The Spirit Maiden pointed at the 4 gates behind her. "It's easy to hide from them. Enter the trials of the 4 holy beings." The gates of the trials of the 4 holy beings are constructed from ancient, soul, dark iron. They won't be able to break it even after 10,000 years. And Lin's body shuddered involuntarily upon hearing the words 10,000 years. He was really allergic to this word, and he couldn't help but ask, "Can't you use another adjective?" The spirit maiden shook her head with an honest expression. "No. That word sounds more powerful." And Lin added in his mind, "It sounds more powerful." As for how powerful it actually was and how long it could last, and Lin really didn't know. 10,000 years was just a fake number to the spirit maiden. Also, I'm not ready to participate in the trials yet. My consciousness isn't ready yet, and Lin added, "That's all right, I'm the most powerful here. You can go into the trials and lay low for a while. I won't unleash my soul power against you, so you can rest for 2 hours," the spirit maiden instructed, and Lin was greatly reassured upon hearing this. He looked at the 4 different trials and instinctively chose the vermilion bird, divine maiden. Xiaolan was the divine phoenix maiden, so perhaps she would be blessed by him by choosing this trial? The spirit maiden nodded and waved a hand, upon which the vermilion bird, divine gate, rose into the air. At this moment, the blood-curdling cries of void, spirit, tribe mighty figures erupted from within the blue soul power passageway. It was clear that some returned to void, spirit, tribe mighty figures had also tried to enter that passageway, but they were all killed by the blue soul power, not taking into account everything else. Just that passageway alone was enough to block off all return to void, spirit, tribe mighty figures. By the way, Spirit Maiden, can you broadcast the images of them being tortured by you for me to see, so that I can witness your ruthless methods of dealing with trespassers? And Lin asked, "This." The Spirit Maiden was curious. "Don't you need to rest for 2 hours? Won't watching those images affect you?" And Lin replied with a serious expression, "I'll be able to rest better by watching them being tortured." The Spirit Maiden felt like something was amiss. However, after hesitating for 2 seconds, she still agreed to this arrangement. And Lin happily entered the Vermilion Bird Trial, and a gate closed with a resounding boom. During the Vermilion Bird Trial, he had seen a vast and dazzling space with luxurious decorations, regardless of whether it was the winding paths or the towering pillars and walls. All of them were shimmering with golden light and vibrant colors. Aside from that, there was also the projection of the vermilion bird lying in the furthest distance, giving him a sense of peril. "Stay here and don't move." The spirit maiden's voice sounded from within the space with a serious expression. Immediately afterward, an image began to appear. This was the space he had just been in. Sure enough, only Tao integration stage super mighty figures could pass through the blue soul power passageway. However, to his surprise, aside from the chaotic demon ball, the Sword Essence Emperor, and the Dark Soul Emperor, there was another Tao integration stage super mighty figure who had most likely joined the trial later. This was a little rainbow snake with a translucent, sword-like tongue sticking out of its mouth. And Lin knew that this was a Tao integration initial stage bright soul snake. It was extremely venomous and had apparently severely wounded a Tao integration intermediate stage super mighty figure in the past. As usual, an abyss tiger leaped out from the ground before pouncing toward the 4 void spirit tribe mighty figures. Its attack was comparable to an attack from a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. However, the 4 void spirit tribe mighty figures' expressions remained unchanged. One of the swords impaled on the Sword Essence Emperor's back began to tremor slightly, and a dazzling sword projection appeared in the air before instantly slicing the abyss tiger in half. Howl! The abyss tiger howled in anguish before disappearing into the ground again. Petty tricks. A disdainful expression appeared on the Sword Essence Emperor's face. At this moment, a sinister blue monster appeared before the Sword Essence Emperor. "Kukuku! Congratulations, fated ones. You have passed the primary trial and have earned the right to accept the hidden trial set up by the Spirit Patriarch. If you can pass the trial, you will receive the core inheritance of the Spirit Patriarch." The blue monster spoke in a menacing voice, and Lin's eyes lit up. The show was finally on. Chapter 1732. The show was about to begin, and Lin's expression was filled with anticipation. However, this spirit maiden sure was different. When receiving him, she was a beautiful woman in a blue dress. But when receiving these trespassers, she was a sinister monster. Wait, something didn't seem right. And Lin's expression darkened. He discovered that all 4 void spirit tribe super mighty figures were scorching expressions on their faces. Some of them didn't even try to disguise the admiration in their eyes as they stared blankly at the sinister monster. "Oh, so beautiful," the Dark Soul Emperor murmured. "Look at that crazed expression. So sexy." The bright soul snake writhed like crazy, as if it was expressing its fondness. "Such pure soul power, such wonderful soul power. Who are you?" The Sword Essence Emperor was also a little unsettled, and it was feeling a little emotional as it stared at the ferocious blue monster. "I am the Spirit Maiden, the artifact spirit of this Spirit Patriarch Palace. I'm here to kill all of you." The blue monster roared with rage. The chaotic demon ball was extremely excited. "This is awesome! This is awesome! Ha ha ha! Come on, ravage me to your heart's content. Either I die today, or I take all of the Spirit Patriarch's inheritances." The Sword Essence Emperor chortled with glee, and Lin stared at the void spirit tribe living beings on the screen with a dumbstruck expression. Was there something wrong? All of the void spirit tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figures were extremely excited to hear that the Spirit Maiden wanted to kill them. This was how the Spirit Patriarch Palace should be. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to kill all of you." A sinister smile appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. "By the way, have you seen a white-robed human before, Miss Spirit Maiden?" The chaotic demon ball asked. The spirit maiden nodded. Of course I have. He's in the vermilion bird gate. Thanks. The chaotic demon ball chortled with glee. And Lynn. How could she betray her teammate so decisively? Oh, right. The spirit maiden couldn't lie. And Lynn thought of this annoying setting again. So, it's the vermilion bird trial. Let's go there, then, and meet this and Lynn. The sword essence emperor burst into laughter. As soon as he said this, all the super almighties agreed. They were extremely resentful towards Lynn for tricking them, and now that they had a chance to exact revenge, they were not going to let this opportunity slip by. If for Tao integration stage, super mighty figures cooperated well, they could even kill a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. However, right at this moment, the spirit maiden shook her head in an extremely resolute manner. No, I don't want you to go find him. You've trespassed here without permission, and I'm very annoyed by you. I want you to die as soon as possible. Can you please choose another trial to die? All of the Void Spirit tribe, super mighty figures, drew a sharp intake of breath. Why was this artifact spirit so straightforward? All right, the Chaos Magic Ball was still very excited. It loved her very much. In that case, there are still 3 trial gates left. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Should we go there one by one, or should we split up? The Sword Essence Emperor asked. Spirit Maiden, may I ask how we can obtain this inheritance? The Bright Soul Snake asked respectfully. There are 4 inheritances in total, and they're located in 4 trials. As long as you can survive the trial to the end, you'll be able to obtain the inheritance. If 2 different living beings pass one of the trials at the same time, then I'll choose to take an additional trial, the Spirit Maiden replied. The 4 Tao integration stage, super mighty figures, looked at one another. 3 inheritances to be split among 4 people? How are we going to split up? The Dark Soul Emperor was a little stumped. We have to split up. These trials are not easy, and we might not have the energy to go through them 3 times in a row, the Sword Essence Emperor replied. How about I go with you? While the Bright Soul Snake and the Dark Soul Snake go together, the Chaos Demon Ball suggested. I agree, the Sword Essence Emperor agreed. After that, the Chaotic Demon Ball and the Sword Essence Emperor turned toward the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake, as if to ask if they had any objections. The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake trembled uncontrollably. The Chaos Demon Ball's suggestion is fantastic, the Dark Soul Emperor praised. I agree, the Bright Soul Snake chimed in with a resigned expression. It really wanted to fight, but this space was too small, and it was very difficult for it to escape. If it tried to use poison against the Sword Essence Emperor or the Chaos Demon Ball, it would probably be cooked into snake soup before it could poison them to death. The Sword Essence Emperor chose the White Tiger trial. The Chaos Demon Ball chose the Azure Dragon trial. The Bright Soul Snake and the Dark Soul Emperor chose the remaining Xian Wu trial. The 4 Void Spirit tribe, super mighty figures, all entered the trial. Within the Vermilion Bird trial, and Lin's eyes widened as he stared intently at the super mighty figures who were about to enter the trial. He wanted to see what these trials were like. This would be very helpful for his future trials. After all, he would be able to have an idea of what to expect. Within the vast circular space, the Spirit Maiden's crazed expression suddenly disappeared, and it was replaced by a hint of a sinister smile. When I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. The Sword Essence Emperor was a sword wielder, and the White Tiger trial was related to metal, so it was perfect for it. Come on, ha ha ha. Let me witness the might of the White Tiger trial. Wah. Ah. The Sword Essence Emperor suddenly let loose a blood-curdling cry. Countless golden soul power blades suddenly appeared in front of him. These soul power blades stabbed toward it in a frenzy like a violent storm. Die! 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 The Spirit Maiden let loose an enraged roar as she activated the power of the Spirit Patriarch Palace with all her might. Extremely terrifying soul power surged toward the Sword Essence Emperor in a frenzy. The Sword Essence Emperor swung its sword in a frenzy to defend itself against over 10,000 sword strikes in the blink of an eye. During this process, it had also been stabbed 20,000 times. Ah! The Sword Essence Emperor roared with shock and rage as all of the swords on its back rose up into the sky to defend against the storm of golden sword blades. However, the storm of golden sword blades was imbued with a hint of power that transcended beyond the divine Tao. This was the power of essence, the power of creation, and the Sword Essence Emperor was completely unable to defend against it. What the hell was this? Was this really AF King trial? This was murder. The Sword Essence Emperor finally realized that the Spirit Maiden wasn't joking or trying to scare them. She really did want to kill them. At this moment, within the Azure Dragon trial, the chaotic demon ball was also wailing with anguish. Countless dark, demonic dragons tore at the chaos magic ball in a frenzy with bloodshot eyes. The trial had commenced, and all of its power was unleashed upon its enemies. Within the Xianwu trial, terrifying gravitational force crashed down, as if it were trying to flatten everything. One terrifyingly powerful soul power Xianwu shell after another crashed into the Bright Soul Snake and the Dark Soul Emperor, flattening the two Tao integration stage super mighty figures to the point where they appeared as if they were nothing more than paintings. All of the traps were detonated in an instant. All of the energy was instantly unleashed. The four Tao integration stage super mighty figures were completely dumbstruck. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Die. 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 Ha ha ha. Who told you to break into the Spirit Patriarch Palace? Who told you to break into the Spirit Patriarch Palace? Do you think the Spirit Patriarch Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? Don't even think about leaving. All of you die! The Spirit Maiden's deranged laughter reverberated throughout the trial space, striking despair into the hearts of all of the Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Even Lin couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Too terrifying. These scenes were too terrifying. This Spirit Maiden, was she a demon? Chapter 1733. And Lin was stunned by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. The Spirit Maiden had said that she wanted to kill him, and she really did mean it. Moreover, it vividly displayed the attribute of wanting to kill the other party. She really was an honest and trustworthy person. However, Lin didn't feel reassured as the Spirit Maiden had also said that she wanted to kill him. He looked at the Void Spirit Tribe, powerful being tortured, and he felt as if he were looking at his future self. The Sword Essence Emperor was riddled with holes by the relentless barrage of soul power weapons, and its spirit body crumbled. The chaotic demon ball was being torn apart by countless dark soul dragons, and it was becoming smaller and smaller. The Bright Soul Snake and the Dark Soul Emperor's bodies had already been flattened by the Xianwu shell, and they lay on the ground, enduring the terrifying gravitational force. I can't take this anymore. I want to quit the trial. The Dark Soul Emperor wailed with anguish. I want to quit too. I don't want the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance anymore. I want to go home. The Bright Soul Snake wept with tears streaming down its face. The Spirit Maiden's crazed voice sounded again. Ha ha ha. You want to leave? Dream on. I've already closed the gate to the trial. You won't be able to break through it, even if you try for 10,000 years. I, the Spirit Maiden, said that I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill you. Die. The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were both in despair upon hearing that crazed, determined voice. Bam, bam, bam. The massive Xianwu shell was imbued with a dazzling green soul light, and it crashed down upon the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake like a sledgehammer, causing heaven and earth to quake violently with each strike. The Dark Soul Emperor's jellyfish-like body was completely flattened, and it struggled to stand up. Its flattened body expanded, but before it could even stand up, the Xianwu shell crashed down upon it again. Boom! The Dark Soul Emperor let loose an anguished wail as it was flattened again. Don't push me too far! The Dark Soul Emperor let loose an enraged roar, and the crimson hammer beneath its tentacles suddenly erupted with an extremely bloodthirsty divine Tao light. Its soul power surged violently as its tentacles swung the hammer toward the Xianwu shell up above like a series of massive meteors. The Xianwu shell also crashed down at this moment. Boom, boom, boom! The meteor hammer smashed into the black tortoise's shell, causing a series of earth-shattering explosions. However, there were no cracks on the surface of the black tortoise's shell, and its falling momentum did not weaken at all. It still smashed down mercilessly. Arf! The Dark Soul Emperor roared with despair upon seeing this. Rumble! The earth shook. The Dark Soul Emperor was flattened again. Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! The Spirit Maiden chortled with glee. Boom, boom, boom! The land of Dark Soul and the Bright Soul Snake flattened again and again. They wanted to run to the furthest giant black tortoise shell. There didn't seem to be any terrifying soul power there. However, they couldn't move their bodies at all. Before they could completely stand up, they were once again smashed flat by the black tortoise shell. They were like immobile corpses that were being whipped relentlessly by the Spirit Maiden. There was no way for them to change, no way for them to escape, and there was no hope for them at all. They could only be tortured endlessly. Finally, it crashed down mercilessly with a bang once more. The Dark Soul Emperor's blood-curdling cries erupted as his body was finally unable to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks, and it began to crumble as his consciousness was shattered. Heaven and earth tremored as an indescribable sense of grief welled up in the hearts of all living beings. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a Tao integration stage mighty figure. The Bright Soul Snake stared blankly at the Dark Soul Emperor before it with a horrified expression. He's dead. The Dark Soul Emperor was smashed to death, just like that? Just like that, in despair and helplessness, he was smashed to death. This was the trial of the Spirit Patriarch Palace. The Bright Soul Snake had been scared witless. It could already see its future. The Spirit Maiden really did dare to kill them. The truth was right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to accept it. No, no. Please spare me, Spirit Maiden. Please spare me, Spirit Patriarch. The Bright Soul Snake begged for its life. Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! The Spirit Maiden yelled in a frenzy. The black tortoise shell continued to fall. Boom! 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 Tears welled up in the Bright Soul Snake's eyes. I am the hope of the Void Spirit Tribe. I don't want the inheritance anymore. Please spare me. Spirit Patriarch, you're also a member of the Void Spirit Tribe. The Void Spirit Tribe needs me, and the Void Spirit Tribe needs powerful beings to protect it. Let me go, and I swear to protect the Void Spirit Tribe forever. In this dire situation, the Bright Soul Snake was willing to give up everything. All it wanted was to survive. Ha ha ha! Die, die, die! The Spirit Maiden yelled in a frenzy. Boom, 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 boom. Finally, the Bright Soul Snake fell for the final time. The Bright Soul Snake couldn't hold on any longer, and it let loose a blood-curdling wail as its body was smashed into pieces. Another Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, had been smashed to death. Boom! Heaven and earth mourn the death of a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, regardless of whether it was the living beings in the trial or the outside world. All of them were struck by a sense of grief, and Lin's eyes widened as he stared at the image before him. Dead. Another one has been smashed to death. He was extremely flustered. The Spirit Maiden was truly insane and ruthless. The Bright Soul Snake was right. They were all members of the Void Spirit Tribe, so why were they in such a rush to kill each other? However, the Spirit Maiden was doing this with a I lose if I don't fry you to death mentality. It was quite clear that the Spirit Maiden didn't care how many void spirit tribe, Tao, integration stage, super mighty figures had fallen. Anyone who tried to force their way into the Spirit Patriarch Palace had to die. No! Even if they didn't force their way into the palace, someone like Lin still had to die. I lose if I don't kill you. If I lose, I'll give you my inheritance. It was just that simple and crude logic. The Sword Essence Emperor and the Chaos Demon Ball in the White Tiger and Azure Dragon trials were scared witless. Dead. The Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake really did die? It's over, it's over. This Spirit Patriarch ruins really do kill living beings. They recalled the Spirit Maiden's words again, and a chill and horror welled up in their hearts. The Sword Essence Emperor was already riddled with wounds from being ravaged by the Golden Soul Swords, and the Chaotic Demon Ball was becoming smaller and smaller as the Dark Soul Dragons tore at it. They knew that the only way out of this predicament was to charge toward the holy beasts at the very front, but they were completely unable to advance in this terrifying place. They turned to look at the gate behind them. That gate was definitely unimaginably tough. The Spirit Maiden had already said that they wouldn't be able to break it even if they had 10,000 years. They couldn't break out of this predicament, nor could they get out of this predicament. This was truly a dire situation. Ah, please spare me, Spirit Maiden. The Chaotic Demon Ball begged for its life. Hee, didn't you say it was really exciting? Do you like it? I'll let you have your fill now. I'm satisfying you. A cruel smile appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. I was wrong. Can you just ignore my words and let me out? Tears of remorse flowed from the Chaotic Demon Ball's eyes. No, I want to kill all of you. None of you are going to get away today. The Spirit Maiden chortled with glee. The Chaotic Demon Ball's expression was filled with despair. Light and darkness intertwined around its body, and it unleashed one terrifying soul power blast after another to keep the Dark Soul Dragons at bay. This attack was very powerful, but it was already on the brink of collapse. There were almost no end to the Dark Soul Dragons, but the Chaotic Demon Ball's power wasn't limitless, and Lin's heart trembled with fear. For some reason, he was feeling a little sympathetic toward the Chaotic Demon Ball as he silently cheered it on in his heart. It was also at this moment that his consciousness suddenly shuddered violently. Chapter 1734. And Lin's soul sense appeared again. This was a slow process, as if he were slowly opening his eyes. At the same time, his power was also recovering at an extremely fast rate. His aura became more and more profound, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. I've become Bat Asterisk SS again. And Lin's confidence had returned. If those Tao integration stage, super mighty figures appeared before him again, he would be able to crush them with a single punch. His divine soul was still waking up and recovering. Furthermore, it was recovering faster and faster. Soon, and Lin's consciousness had recovered to its peak state prior to his breakthrough. Not only that, but the power of his consciousness was still increasing explosively. It became more and more profound, more and more powerful, and it was as if it could detach itself from his physical body and travel beyond this world. And Lin was extremely excited to see such a peculiar change. He knew that after absorbing all of the demigod Holmium Spirit Butterfly's soul power essence, his consciousness had evolved and become extremely powerful, even more so than the Tao integration stage. This kind of power made Lin, who was originally extremely petrified, feel less afraid. And Lin let loose a light moan of contentment and elation as his consciousness became more and more powerful. Soon, and Lin's consciousness had completely recovered, and it had reached a new peak. At this moment, his consciousness was full, and his eyes were especially bright and piercing. If other living beings were to look into his eyes, they would feel as if they were electrifying his eyes, striking a sense of awe and veneration into their hearts. At this moment, the Spirit Maiden's voice sounded again. And Lin, your recovery time is up. Are you ready to be killed by me? The Spirit Maiden asked. And Lin looked at the Sword Essence Emperor and the chaotic Demon Ball, who were still struggling, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I'm ready to take everything from you. You've got balls. The Spirit Maiden was not enraged by his words. Instead, a smile appeared on her face as she said, See that snake and that jellyfish? Look at how they died. Don't compare me to those two trash. And Lin sneered. The Spirit Maiden suddenly appeared beside Lin. Her light blue dress fluttered in the wind as she caressed Lin's cheek with a cold, slender hand. A sinister smile appeared on her face. I hope you'll die a painful death. Then you'll kneel down and beg me for mercy like they did. Vermilion bird trial begin. Rumble. An extremely vast aura crashed down with a loud rumble. Endless flames began to rush towards Lin. The flames were boundless, and no one knew where they began or where they would end up. It was as if they were eternal sacred flames that existed in the universe. The golden holy flames engulfed Lin in an instant. Ha! Scream, beg for mercy. The Spirit Maiden's eyes were filled with excitement, and a carefree smile appeared on her face. The Soul Holy Flame is a paramount flame that specializes in burning your consciousness. Once it comes into contact with your consciousness, it will continue to burn forever until your consciousness completely disappears, until you die. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from within the sea of soul holy flames. Is that all you've got? The Spirit Maiden's eyes widened. What? Whoosh! An indescribably terrifying burst of soul power suddenly erupted forth, dispelling the golden, holy flames around them. Both the rampaging soul holy flames and the Spirit Maiden faltered, as if they had forgotten to breathe or to move. They had been intimidated by a certain aura. This was a terrifying, destructive spiritual power. In the next instant, a gargantuan soul power whale's mouth appeared behind Lin. The Spirit Maiden's body stiffened upon seeing the gargantuan mouth, and she didn't dare to move. Whoosh! Slurp! The paramount holy flames that the Spirit Maiden claimed could burn one's consciousness were quickly sucked into the whale's mouth. A gargantuan black vortex appeared, as if it could engulf and destroy everything. The golden, holy flames were trying to burn this whale into nothingness, but they didn't even manage to burn the whale's skin before it was swallowed whole. I have to say, this soul holy flame is quite extraordinary. At the very least, it tastes quite good. And Lin smiled. The Spirit Maiden's eyes widened. You dare to swallow my soul holy flame and the soul power essence of my Spirit Patriarch Palace? That's right. And Lin nodded. Ah! The Spirit Maiden screamed. Boom! The soul holy flame surged toward Lin at a speed that was 100 times faster than before. Golden flames instantly filled the entire Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, as if they were about to explode. Boom, 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 boom. One trap after another was triggered. The blue soul holy flame that could seal one's consciousness, the white soul holy flame that could annihilate one's consciousness, and the black soul holy flame that could poison one's consciousness. All of the soul holy flames pounced toward Lin like frenzied dragons. If you want the soul holy flame, then I'll give it to you. A crazed expression appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. Eat it, eat it. You're my grandson if you don't eat it. Let me see what gives you the right to absorb the power of the soul holy flame, which is imbued with the essential power of the Spirit Patriarch. One soul holy flame after another, which could easily tear apart the consciousness of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, crashed down toward the white-robed man who had summoned the soul power whale. The entire space was instantly torn to shreds by the soul power. This crazy be *TCH, and Lin's expression shifted drastically. He could feel the pressure mounting at a rapid rate. If things continued like this, his consciousness, black whale, was going to explode from overeating. She was trying to kill him with everything she had, and Lin had combined the power of his consciousness and the whale's engulfment ability in his sea of vital energy to absorb the soul power of the soul holy flame before using it to nourish his consciousness. His consciousness was feeling very good initially, but it was showing signs of saturation now. He had to shift this power, and Lin's mind raced. Crack! The passageway to his sea of vital energy was opened. The soul holy flame began to flow into his sea of vital energy. Little whale, eat it. The little whale shuddered at the sight of the holy flame, and it opened its mouth with great difficulty. Glug, glug, glug. The soul holy flame began to flow into the little whale's stomach. Within the vermilion bird trial, the spirit maiden could see that Lin was still standing firmly. No matter how many soul holy flames there were, he would absorb them all. Ah, how could you do this? The spirit maiden was about to have a mental breakdown, and Lin smiled at the woman who was about to go crazy. You know nothing about my power. Boom! The whale's mouth widened again. The terrifying, devouring power formed a vortex in the surroundings. No matter what the attribute of the soul's sacred flame was, it was all sucked into the vortex. The soul holy flame was actually quite terrifying to Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and they could be incinerated to death if they weren't careful. However, Lin was different. His consciousness defied the natural order, and he swallowed all of the soul holy flames to nourish his consciousness. Not long after that, all of the soul holy flames had been engulfed by Lin. Burp. The whale burped before slowly disappearing. Within his sea of vital energy, the little whale had become a large whale, and its body flipped over as it floated lifelessly on the sea of vital energy, looking as if it were about to explode from overeating. And Lin's body had changed the most. He felt as if his consciousness had become even more full, and he had become even more badass. What other techniques do you have? Bring them on. And Lin looked at the dazed spirit maiden with a smile. How could this be? Even my soul holy flames were swallowed? The spirit maiden was a little dazed. No, I refuse to accept this. Die, die, die. Ah. The spirit maiden waved her hands in an attempt to summon the soul holy flames again. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The vermilion bird trial mechanism spat out a stream of gas like a fart, and then it fell silent. The spirit maiden collapsed to the ground with a dazed expression. And Lin, you win. Chapter 1735. The spirit maiden admitted defeat. There was nothing she could do to Lin. She had already used up all of her energy bombs, but Lin was still alive and kicking. What else could she do? She was also in despair. And Lin, can you return all of the soul power you swallowed to me before accepting the inheritance? The spirit maiden asked with a bitter expression. I've swallowed all of it and completely assimilated it into my consciousness. Even if you want me to, I won't be able to. And Lin rolled his eyes. The spirit maiden wiped away the tears that shouldn't have existed and forced herself to pull herself together. You're about to take away the inheritance of the vermilion bird trial, so there's no point in leaving any more soul power here. If you've swallowed it, then so be it. Come with me. I'll give you the spirit patriarch's inheritance. And Lin followed the spirit maiden all the way to the end, right in front of the massive vermilion bird statue that was sprawled on the ground. Is this what the holy beast vermilion bird looks like? And Lin looked at the proud and regal vermilion bird, and he could sense a supreme will emanating from it. It was as if it was going to break through all shackles and transcend beyond the cycle of reincarnation, and it was going to soar into the heavens. That's right. The spirit patriarch and the vermilion bird have interacted in the past. He created a type of soul-extinguishing, holy flame based on the vermilion bird's characteristics. This is the inheritance that you're about to receive, the spirit maiden explained. I'll help you activate it so that it can bestow upon you the complete inheritance. The woman's hand lit up and slapped the statue's head. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the statue before it suddenly exploded. Chirp! An ethereal cry that sounded like the voice of the 9 heavens shook one's mind. And Lin looked at the statue that had exploded, and a vermilion bird suddenly flew into the sky. The surging soul power emanating from its body struck even in Lin, who had reached the phenomenal success stage of his consciousness, with a sense of pressure. Human, so you have the right to receive the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance. The vermilion bird's body was semi-transparent, as if it were a wisp of divine intent. Even so, it still gave off a sense of superiority. For some reason, its golden eyes suddenly lit up when it saw Lin, and the corners of its mouth curled up as if it was smiling. Interesting, you actually have my power, and it's the power of the origin. You're developing really well. I want to eat you. And Lin discovered that the vermilion bird's eyes were filled with some sort of desire. His heart jolted with shock. Could it be that this wisp of divine intent had seen through the holy flame vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy? This was definitely an intelligent being, and it was very likely that this was the power left behind by the true vermilion bird. And Lin had many speculations in his mind. At this moment, the vermilion bird suddenly pounced on him. In that instant, it was as if the entire world was crushing down on him. The pressure was boundless and terrifying to the point of despair. "I'll eat you." The vermilion bird opened its beak. The aura of a holy beast seemed to be able to crush everything. The spirit maiden was also given a fright by this sudden development. It was quite clear that even she didn't expect the vermilion bird to attack Lin. However, she didn't stop it. Instead, she chortled with glee. "Go, vermilion bird! Hurry up and kill Lin, ha. And Lin, you're dead meat." This is the divine intent of a true holy beast, and it possesses an immortal nature. No matter how powerful you are, there's no way you can defend against its attack. The spirit maiden chortled with elation, and Lin looked at the fearsome vermilion bird, pouncing toward him with a faint smile on his face. A black whale consciousness suddenly appeared behind him before opening its cavernous mouth. Wah! The whale let loose a loud cry as a boundless vortex suddenly appeared in its mouth. The vermilion bird's expression shifted slightly. At this moment, the black whale behind Lin also pounced toward the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was struck by an extremely terrifying suction force. No, how could this be? How could you possess a body of chaotic essence? The vermilion bird struggled frantically in an attempt to escape, but its body was completely unable to fly, and it could only quickly fall into the whale's mouth. How could your consciousness be so powerful? This is impossible. You're only at the return to void stage. The vermilion bird's expression shifted drastically, and it didn't even have a chance to let loose a wail of anguish before the wisp of divine intent fell into the whale's mouth and was sucked away by the black vortex before disappearing. Burp. The whale closed its mouth and burped with satisfaction before disappearing. Everything fell silent again. The spirit maiden's arrogant smile was still frozen on her face. She stared at the scenes unfolding before her eyes, unable to come to her senses for a long time. You ate the vermilion bird." After a long while, she finally spoke with incredulity on her face. "It's just a mere vermilion bird's divine intent. So what if I ate it? Even if the real vermilion bird was here, I'd smash its head into smithereens if it dared to eat me. So what?" And Lin harumphed coldly. "Spirit maiden, by the way, give me the inheritance." And Lin said, the spirit maiden was on the verge of tears. The spirit patriarch left his inheritance in the vermilion bird's divine intent, but you've already eaten it. So how am I supposed to give you the inheritance? And Lin, how could something like this happen? This was going too far. A vermilion bird's divine intent wanted to eat her? What do we do now? And Lin's expression darkened. "I don't know." The spirit maiden shook her head with a look of despair on her face. "I feel like I'm not suited to be a good trial manager. Not only have I lost all of my soul power, but I've also lost the spirit patriarch's divine intent, You really are not a good trial manager. How about you give up your position to me?" And Lin offered. The spirit maiden instantly flared up with rage. "In your dreams!" Right at this moment, another change occurred in her sea of vital energy. Boom! The little whale's stomach suddenly exploded. A vermilion bird flew out from within. "You want to swallow me? I'm going to incinerate your sea of vital energy. I'll teach you what it means to suffer the consequences of one's own actions," the vermilion bird yelled. The holy flame vermilion bird's eyes lit up upon seeing the vermilion bird in the sea of vital energy. Chirp! "Ah, what is this? No." The vermilion bird had only just escaped from the little whale when it was caught off guard and swallowed by the holy flame vermilion bird. Immediately afterward, the holy flame vermilion bird in the sky became more substantial, and its body also grew larger. Pristine white feathers began to appear on its body, and its aura also became more and more fearsome. And Kirin was struck by a sense of peril upon seeing this. He felt like his position as the ruler of the sea of vital energy was being threatened. It was also at this moment that a vast amount of information exploded in Lin's mind. Boom! This was the Spirit Patriarch's core observation of the holy flame. Not only that, but even the holy vermilion bird's core observation of the holy flame was injected into Lin's mind. How to use fire, how to modify it, how to raise it to a higher level. The divine flame within Lin's body surged at this moment. The great holy flame became more and more pure, and soul power was imbued into it as it underwent a transformation. A huge sun began to appear above Lin's head. The great holy sun burned the heavens and burned the soul for eternity. The great holy flame that could incinerate one's consciousness for eternity had finally taken shape. The spirit maiden's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this, and she hurtled back in retreat. "This is the holy soul flame?" "No, this is a variant of the holy soul flame. You've received the spirit patriarch's inheritance." The spirit maiden stared at Lin with astonishment on her face. "Not only that, but I've also received other inheritances." And Lin chuckled. He stepped forward, and another type of flame soared into the sky. Chapter 1736. A blue crescent moon appeared in the sky. The brilliant blue moonlight shone down, making the waves on the ground appear bright blue. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was actually an underwater flame. This was a Yin-type flame that could burn at extremely low temperatures. This was the setting moon flame. The setting moon flame also began to transform under the guidance of Lin's peculiar power. The vermilion bird above the sea of vital energy spat out a mouthful of essential power toward Lin. This power, combined with Lin's observation of the holy flame after receiving the vermilion bird's divine intent inheritance, began to transform the setting moon flame. Soon, the blue crescent moon in the sky disappeared. However, the reflection of the blue crescent moon was still visible on the blue flame, as if it had fallen into the water. This was the true setting moon flame, the true moon in the water. Flames of extreme Yin. Whoosh, a violent tremor erupted. The divine flame began to surge before releasing holy flame fluctuations. The blue-green wave flame overturned the moon in the sky. The setting moon holy flame had been cultivated. The spirit maiden was completely dumbstruck by the sight of the divine flame transforming into a holy flame. However, this was not the end. And Lin waved a hand, and stars fell like rain. The demonic star holy flame had been cultivated. The invisible flames incinerated the space around them. The heavenly void holy flame had been cultivated. The golden dragon roared through the air. The golden dragon holy flame had been cultivated. The mutant blood phoenix had been reborn from the ashes. The blood phoenix holy flame had been cultivated. The spirit maiden was already numb to all of this. One divine flame after another had appeared on Lin's body. But now, Enlin was performing an earth-shattering feat of evolving all of his divine flames into holy flames. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined something like this. Is the vermilion bird trial inheritance that bad *SS? How come I didn't know about this? The spirit maiden murmured. She was already at a loss for words after witnessing Enlin's series of actions. Enlin smiled. Am I bad *SS? The spirit maiden nodded. Bad *SS. She clasped her hand over her mouth with a remorseful expression. This D*Ned truth-telling trait. Enlin was extremely satisfied. The spirit maiden, who had been constantly threatening to kill him, had finally succumbed to his power. This was quite a satisfying feeling. At this moment, another blood-curdling scream was heard from the live broadcast. The chaotic demon ball's body was torn to shreds by the countless dark soul dragons before it was devoured cleanly by the savage soul dragons. It completely disappeared from the trial grounds. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook again. Heaven and earth mourned the fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Another Tao integration stage super mighty figure had fallen. On the Tai Chu continent, the death of any Tao integration stage super mighty figure was a major event that rocked the entire continent. However, in the Spirit Patriarch Palace, Tao integration stage super mighty figures perished as if they were free. Moreover, 3 of them had perished in one go. From this, one could see just how dangerous this trial was. No, this wasn't a trial at all. This was the Spirit Patriarch Palace trying to kill all living beings that entered. If it wasn't for the fact that Enlin's divine soul was extremely heaven-defying, his situation would probably not be any better than these fallen, super mighty cultivators. The spirit maiden didn't feel any heartache toward the deaths of these super mighty figures. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face. Hee, the chaotic demon ball is dead. It was the one who jumped up and down the most, saying that it really liked me. I wonder if it still liked me like this before it died. And Lin couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Didn't you see the tears of remorse flowing down the chaotic demon ball's face before it died, making a ball cry? This was the spirit maiden's true ability. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and the 7 holy flames he had unleashed began to dissipate. At this moment, he was the true Lord of Fire. He was confident that no one on the entire Tai Chu continent could wield so many holy flames at once like him. Even some gods of creation couldn't do this. This was evident from the spirit maiden's expression. The spirit patriarch that she had followed in the past was a god of creation, so she was extremely knowledgeable. However, she was still stunned by Enlin's actions, and she felt like Enlin was super bad *. It's a pity that all of the return to Void Stage, Void Spirit Tribe living beings have escaped from the Spirit Patriarch Palace. A forlorn expression suddenly appeared on the Spirit Maiden's face. 3 consecutive heaven and earth sorrowful phenomena in a short period of time. If they're still sane, they'll flee this place. And Lin smiled and said, if you were to open the gate to the White Tiger trial, the Sword Essence Emperor would definitely run away without even looking back. Open the gate? No way. I said that I'm going to kill it, so I'll definitely kill it at all costs. The spirit maiden crossed her arms over her chest and harumphed coldly. However, it sure is stubborn to be able to last so long in the White Tiger trial. And Lin turned toward the live stream to find that the Sword Essence Emperor seemed to have used some kind of mystic technique. Its muscles bulged, and a surging red soul power enshrouded its body as it made its way toward the White Tiger statue like a fiend celestial. 18 golden celestial swords formed a storm of swords around its body, annihilating all of the oncoming soul swords. It had a chance to pass the trial. The spirit maiden's expression had already darkened. She had clearly noticed this as well. Why is this guy so powerful? I really want to kill him. The spirit maiden was enraged. And Lin spoke. Spirit maiden, I'll fulfill your wish for you. the spirit maiden. Huh. I want to enter the white tiger trial. A knowing expression appeared on Lin's face. The spirit maiden came to her senses, and her eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll let you guys fight each other. Then I'll unleash the full power of the white tiger trial and kill all of you in the trial. And Lin, was there really a need for such an honest person to reveal her sinister plan? The spirit maiden immediately clasped her hand over her mouth as a look of shame appeared on her face. She had accidentally spilled the beans again. This Ned rule that she couldn't lie. And Lin repressed the urge to pummel the spirit maiden as a smile appeared on his face. Then, should I enter the white tiger trial now? If I'm any later, the Sword Essence Emperor might succeed. Sure, the spirit maiden nodded, and Lin made his way out of the Vermilion Bird trial area and looked at the sealed gate to the white tiger trial area. Rumble, the gate was raised. The Sword Essence Emperor's body shuddered as an expression of ecstasy appeared on its face. The gate is open. The gate is open. Ha ha ha. As expected, there's always a way out. The Sword Essence Emperor chortled with elation. Spirit Maiden, did I pass the trial because of my exceptional performance? At this moment, a man in a flowing white robe made his way into the gate. He wore a smile on his face, and his voice traveled into the Sword Essence Emperor's ears like a gentle breeze. Mr. Sword Essence, your performance was too exceptional, so the Spirit Maiden decided to give you an additional question. Boom! The gate to the White Tiger trial was closed again. It was as if the flame of hope that had just been ignited had been snuffed out again. The Sword Essence Emperor turned toward the man at the gate, and its expression shifted drastically as if it had seen a ghost. And Lin, it's you. That's right, it's me. Aren't you surprised? And Lin slowly pulled out his evil-slaying sword with battle intent surging from his face. Sword Essence Emperor, I'm here to take your life. Chapter 1737. The Sword Essence Emperor instantly panicked at the sight of Lin. It defended itself against the attacks of the Golden Soul swords as it roared into the air. Spirit Maiden, I'm in the middle of a trial. How could you allow Lin to come in and disturb me? Please expel him. And Lin approached the Sword Essence Emperor with a cold smile on his face. Stop struggling. The Spirit Maiden intentionally let me in, and you want her to expel me? The Sword Essence Emperor shuddered upon hearing this, and an expression of despair appeared on its face. The gate had already been closed again, so there was no way for it to escape from the trial. It had initially used its buff, mystic technique to reach the white tiger statue and complete the trial, but now Lin had appeared. There were trial attacks in front of it, and Lin was attacking it from behind. Even 3 Sword Essence Emperors wouldn't be able to survive this. What do I do? What do I do? The Sword Essence Emperor gritted its teeth, and a few more holes were punctured into its massive body by the soul swords. It was currently in a buff state, and its body was several thousand feet tall, as if it were a bloodthirsty fiend god. However, there were already tens of thousands of holes on its body. Furthermore, it was still in the process of recovering, and there were still tens of thousands of holes on its body that hadn't healed yet. Who knew how much blood energy it had expended? If this continued, it was going to die for sure. Was it going to die here after all? The Sword Essence Emperor was grief-stricken, and Lin made his way toward the Sword Essence Emperor with a proud expression on his face. However, right at this moment, all of the Golden Soul swords suddenly faltered. Everyone fell silent. The Sword Essence Emperor faltered upon seeing this, and Lin also wore a bewildered expression. They were then greeted by the sight of all of the Golden Soul swords in the air turning toward Lin. In that instant, Lin was struck by a sense of peril, as if he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lin's heart. The Spirit Maiden suddenly appeared in the air above the White Tiger trial grounds. She wore a flowing blue dress, and her pristine white feet stepped through the air with excitement and brutality on her flawless face. Sword Essence Emperor, don't you want to kill Enlin? I'll help you. From now on, all the attacks will be directed at Enlin. This is your best and last chance. Make good use of it. The Sword Essence Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. It had survived from the brink of death, and Lin was shocked. I helped you get rid of your annoying enemy, and this is how you repay me? You're too powerful. All of the power of the trial is focused on you, and that's in conjunction with the Sword Essence Emperor's combat prowess. Only then will the dog-eat-dog situation be fully unleashed. Both of you are going to die here. The Spirit Maiden replied in a truthful manner. Ha ha ha. And Lin, weren't you laughing happily just now? The Sword Essence Emperor waved a hand, and 18 golden celestial swords hovered in the air. You'll soon experience just how terrifying the power of the trial is. With the power of the trial and my power, I'll show you what despair is. The tables had turned, and the Sword Essence Great Emperor, who had been forced into a dead end, finally had a chance to transfer its despair onto its enemy, which made it feel extremely wonderful. This would be the start of its counterattack and counterattack. The Spirit Maiden was also very elated, and a seductive smile appeared on her face. What a foolish human. So what if you're powerful? And Lin, you're going to die here today because of me, oh ho ho. Countless golden soul swords instantly flew toward Lin, slicing through the space around them. Before the soul swords had even reached him, and Lin was already feeling a sharp pain shoot through his skin and consciousness. Not only were they imbued with extremely powerful metal-type power, but they were also imbued with the true intent of the Spirit Patriarch, as well as a hint of the God of Creation stage aura. These soul swords were very powerful, and Lin's lips curled up slightly. Now this is getting interesting. I'm about to ignite. A black divine halo suddenly appeared above his head, and a paramount aura erupted forth. In that instant, he was the master of all metal, and all metal-type powers were under Lin's control. Metal power activate. Whoosh! Invisible ripples instantly proliferated throughout heaven and earth. The golden soul sword that was hurtling toward Lin like a roaring dragon instantly froze in midair, and Lin tore through space and passed through countless golden soul swords before flying toward the Sword Essence Emperor at an extremely fast speed. A layer of inky black divine light enshrouded the evil-slaying sword in his hand, making it extremely sharp. The power of the metal god was maximized. At this moment, he had become the master of the supreme laws. The Spirit Maiden was dumbstruck again. The Sword Essence Emperor was also dumbstruck. It had promised to help Adil with Lin during the White Tiger trial, but now that all of the soul swords had been frozen, how is it supposed to help? In reality, Lin could even freeze the Sword Essence Emperor's swords in place, but he decided to give the Sword Essence Emperor a dignified death. Lin was already upon it. As expected of a top-tier powerful being, the Sword Essence Emperor was able to unleash an extremely powerful 18 golden divine swords that were imbued with extremely powerful auras toward Lin. In its buff state, its power was comparable to that of a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Lin's evil-slaying sword swept through the air like a black crescent moon, upon which all of the celestial swords were sliced in half amid a series of crisp cracks. Invincible sharpness, invincible heavenly might. The Sword Essence Emperor stared at Lin, who had shattered all of its celestial swords with a single sword strike before continuing onward, and it was unable to repress the shock in its heart. At this moment, Lin's second sword strike slashed through the air. Whoosh! The crimson protective soul power around the Sword Essence Emperor's body was sliced open by the sword, and its body was sliced cleanly in half from the waist. Blood was gushing forth from the incision. Thump! The two halves of its body fell to the ground, and the residual sword intent was still ravaging its body in a frenzy. Not bad. You were able to block 2 of my sword strikes. And Lin withdrew his sword. Sword Essence Emperor, Our Void Spirit tribe has severely underestimated your combat prowess. The Sword Essence Emperor had unleashed a mystic technique that was comparable to a mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, but it was still unable to block a single attack from Enlin. A sly smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked down at the Sword Essence Emperor. Seeing as you're using the power of the White Tiger trial against me, I'll return the favor by using the power of the Vermilion Bird trial against you. What? The Sword Essence Emperor shuddered. At this moment, a golden sun hung high in the sky, warping the space around it. The great holy flame had appeared. A sense of horror welled up in the Sword Essence Emperor's heart again. In particular, its consciousness was already trembling uncontrollably. The power of the Vermilion Bird trial? Could it be that you've already passed the Vermilion Bird trial? That's obvious. And Lin snapped his fingers. The golden sun behind him crashed down upon the Sword Essence Emperor. Ah! The Sword Essence Emperor howled in agony as it was scorched by the terrifying flames. It had thought that it would be able to turn the tables, but it didn't think that both the White Tiger trial and its own power would be so vulnerable in the face of Enlin. Enlin's invincible power had truly plunged it into despair. The great sun's sacred fire climbed up its divine soul, and it swore that it would not rest until it was completely incinerated. In the end, the Sword Essence Emperor was reduced to ashes by the terrifying Great Holy Flame. Boom! Heaven and earth tremored again. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The Void Spirit tribe super mighty figure, the Sword Essence Emperor, had also fallen thus. All of the Void Spirit tribe Tao integration stage super mighty figures who had entered the Spirit Patriarch Palace had fallen. The golden divine halo above Enlin's head glowed with a scintillating light, and all of the golden soul swords that had been immobilized surged into the divine halo like a tidal wave, as if they were nourishing it. Soon, all of the golden soul swords had been sucked dry by Enlin, and they didn't even have any chance to resist. Burp. Enlin burped within the empty White Tiger trial space. He turned toward the dumbstruck Spirit Maiden with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Chapter 1738. Thank you for your hospitality. This sentence was like a heavy blow that caused the Spirit Maiden's body to tremble. The Spirit Maiden wiped the non-existent tears from her eyes and sobbed. Who wants to entertain you? Give me back the soul power essence from my trial. The soul power essence has already been absorbed by my consciousness. I won't be able to expel it even if you let me. And Lin splayed his hands open with a helpless expression. It was this sentence again. The Spirit Maiden gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Her weapon was the power from the trial. Now that the soul power from the White Tiger trial had been sucked dry by Enlin, what else could she do? She was in despair. Master, I'm so sorry. The Spirit Maiden looked up at the sky with a dejected expression. Why is the first person to enter the Spirit Patriarch Palace so powerful? I tried very hard to kill him, but I couldn't do anything to him. And Lin turned to the Spirit Maiden with a curious expression. Wasn't the first person to enter the Spirit Patriarch Palace that three-headed wolf? The Spirit Maiden sneered. That stupid dog didn't even dare to enter the soul power passageway. What makes it worthy? Only those who pass through the soul power passageway are recognized by the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Only they have the right to be killed by me, the Spirit Maiden said proudly. And Lin didn't know why the Spirit Maiden was so proud. His consciousness was still digesting the soul power that he had absorbed. After his consciousness reached a new level, it was as if the threshold had been unlocked, allowing him to absorb soul power of a higher level and continue to grow. This was a huge win for him. I've passed the White Tiger trial now, right? Hurry up and give me the inheritance. And Lin said. The Spirit Maiden flew toward the White Tiger statue with a resentful expression. Since she couldn't kill Enlin, she would keep her promise and give Enlin the core inheritance. She was a trustworthy person. The woman patted the white tiger statue's head lightly, and the white tiger statue began to crack. Boom! The statue exploded. An extremely ferocious projection of a white tiger appeared in the air. Roar! The white tiger let loose an enraged roar, and its majestic might shook everyone's hearts. The huge white tiger with golden patterns on its back and a peculiar divine mark on its forehead stared at Enlil with a pair of eyes filled with supreme dignity, unparalleled ferocity, extreme dominance, and an extremely pure power of metal. These were the characteristics of the white tiger. Just by looking at him, Enlil felt an extreme sense of danger. "You are the one who passed my trial?" The white tiger stared at Enlil. Its voice reverberated through the air, causing people to feel the pressure on them to multiply. "That's me." Enlil nodded. "I really didn't expect that my trial would be passed by a human." White Tiger's face was filled with eagerness and provocation. "A top human expert? How long has it been since a new top-tier, powerful being has appeared? The inheritance was meant for the Void Spirit Tribe, but a human beat us to it." And Lin understood what the White Tiger was trying to say. "What? The Spirit Patriarch didn't say that living beings outside of the Void Spirit Tribe weren't allowed to accept the inheritance. But I don't like humans," the White Tiger said in an indifferent voice. "This is the Spirit Patriarch's palace, so you have to follow the Spirit Patriarch's rules," and Lin said. "Rouen." The White Tiger seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, and it laughed so hard that all of its antennae stood up. "This is indeed the Spirit Patriarch's palace, but the soul-slaying sword is the core inheritance, so I have absolute authority." Also, the divine mark on the White Tiger's forehead flashed, and its body became more and more substantial as it looked at Enlil. "Who do you think you are? How dare you be dissatisfied with my decision?" And Lin was astonished. We're all ruins nowadays, so unique. Not only did the artifact spirit want to eat him, not only did the vermilion bird want to eat him, but now this white tiger wanted to renege on its promise. Furthermore, the most important thing was that it dared to flex in front of him. Boom! A metal divine halo appeared above Enlin's head again. The white tiger phantom suddenly felt a vast and boundless heavenly might, as if the person standing in front of it was a supreme god. Its expression shifted drastically, but it didn't even have a chance to react before a black palm came crashing down upon its body, causing it to fall to the ground in a U-shape. Boom! The earth tremored violently. The white tiger was slammed into the ground by Enlin's palm. Enlil stomped down onto the white tiger's head. "Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of me?" Enlil asked in a cold voice as he stood atop the white tiger. "Roar!" The white tiger flared up with rage. It had never been looked down upon like this by any living being. Even though this was only a wisp of its divine intent, it couldn't allow itself to be humiliated like this. A series of golden soul swords appeared in the air before stabbing toward Enlil in a frenzy. Enlil chuckled coldly as the black divine halo above his head erupted with a brilliant light. The paramount laws of nature instantly took effect on the golden soul swords, upon which the soul swords abruptly changed directions before piercing through the white tiger's body. The white tiger howled with anguish. "Roar! How is this possible? What kind of power is this? How are you able to control my power?" The white tiger stared at Enlil with astonishment etched on its face. "White tiger, are you really one of the 4 holy beasts? You don't even know who Enlil is?" Enlil pursed his lips with a cold smile. "Didn't you ask me who I am? Listen up, the one who will kill you is Enlil, sword immortal." A massive, inky black soul power whale suddenly began to appear behind him. It opened its gargantuan mouth, which was completely disproportionate to its body, and chomped down upon the white tiger. No. The white tiger's expression shifted drastically as it roared in shock and horror. In the next instant, the soul power whale swallowed the white tiger's divine intent in an extremely practiced and efficient manner. Burp. The soul power whale burped with satisfaction before disappearing on the spot. The wisp of the white tiger's divine intent, one of the 4 holy beasts, had finally been swallowed by Enlin. In for a penny, in for a pound. I've already swallowed the vermilion bird, so swallowing the white tiger shouldn't be a problem, right, spirit maiden? Enlin turned toward the woman in the blue dress, who was staring blankly at the scene unfolding before her. The spirit maiden clasped a hand over her chest, and her heart was suddenly throbbing with pain. It was swallowed again. So be it if you swallowed all of the soul power essence in the trial. But why didn't you spare even the holy beasts? An exasperated expression also appeared on Enlin's face. I had no choice. They provoked me first. And I didn't want to fight them either. The spirit maiden knew that Enlin was right. The holy beasts had provoked Enlin first on both occasions. When the holy beasts had tried to attack Enlin, the spirit maiden had been very excited and expectant, waiting for the holy beasts to tear Enlin to shreds. But what happened in the end? Both holy beasts were swallowed by Enlin. Incredible. Terrifying, even. How could there be such a freakishly talented person in this world? Boom! A huge amount of information and true intent exploded in Enlin's mind. After using the little whale's engulfment spell technique to swallow the white tiger's divine intent, his powerful consciousness began to digest the white tiger's divine intent. Now he had perfectly inherited the white tiger's soul power golden sword spell technique, which was an extremely domineering spiritual attack spell technique. Not only that, but his sea of vital energy underwent another transformation. A white egg suddenly appeared above his surging sea of vital energy. Chapter 1739. Enlin was astonished to see this. An egg suddenly appeared in his sea of vital energy. This was a big deal. How did another strange thing sneak into his sea of vital energy? Enlin turned his attention to the egg in his sea of vital energy. This egg was about the same height as in Kirin, and its surface was extremely smooth and pristine white. However, upon closer inspection, one could see intricate golden patterns on its surface. What kind of egg is this? Why did it appear in my sea of vital energy? Enlin was perplexed. Could it have something to do with the white tiger? Enlin recalled that this was the case only after he swallowed the white tiger. If he had swallowed the white tiger to obtain the egg, then why didn't he have the egg after swallowing the vermilion bird? Enlin could sense that there seemed to be a strange life being nurtured within the egg. In order to avoid a similar tragedy as his 4th brother, he immediately ordered Kirin, the holy flame vermilion bird, and the little whale to stay away from the egg and not harm it. After taking care of all of this, he heaved a sigh of relief before turning his attention back to the spirit patriarch palace. The spirit maiden had already fallen into a state of deep self-doubt and self-blame after being dealt a heavy blow by Enlin. Spirit maiden, there are still 2 more trials that you haven't passed. Let's continue, Enlin said. The spirit maiden shuddered, and she stared at Enlin with shock and horror in her blue eyes. You still want to continue? Aren't you going to kill me? I'm giving you a chance. Enlin spoke with a smile. The spirit maiden felt as if a sword had been stabbed into her heart, and she clasped a hand over her heaving chest. No, I don't want to kill you anymore. I'm scared of you. If you continue like this, you're going to destroy the entire spirit patriarch palace. Please get the F***CK out of here. Enlin chuckled coldly. I, Enlin, can go wherever I want. You don't have the right to stand in my way. Kill me if you dare. The veins on the spirit maiden's forehead bulged with rage, but she couldn't do anything to Enlin. She had never hated someone as much as she did at this moment. A strange feeling of being conquered and bullied welled up in her heart, making her tremble. You can continue, but you have to promise me that you won't absorb any more soul power essence or devour the holy beast's essential divine intent. Is that okay? The spirit maiden spoke to Enlin in a negotiating tone for the first time. No, Enlin directly refused. You. The spirit maiden's eyes widened. Don't push me too far. Come on, beat me to death if you don't like it. Enlin laughed. The spirit maiden was enraged to the point of tears. This person was so unreasonable. Enlin ignored the woman and walked out of the White Tiger Trials gate with a straight face. He arrived outside the Black Tortoise Trials gate and shouted, I want to challenge the Black Tortoise Trial now. Please open the gate. No, you can't do this. How can you be so evil? The spirit maiden shook her head relentlessly. She wanted to refuse Enlin's request, but her body began to move involuntarily. That's right. She had no right to deprive trial takers of their right to participate in the trial. Disobeying the spirit patriarch would be equivalent to betraying her, so she could not do something like that. I'm in so much despair. I really want to kill you. The spirit maiden gritted her teeth. Enlin was naturally not going to hold back against an artifact spirit that was constantly trying to kill him. Stop *King dawdling. If you want to kill me, then show me what you've got. Hurry up and open the gate. The spirit maiden pursed her lips and waved a hand to activate the Black Tortoise Trial. Rumble, the Black Tortoise Trial had already slain 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Enlin strode into the Black Tortoise Trial with a fearless expression. Ha ha ha. Die. I'm going to kill you right now. A crazed expression appeared on the spirit maiden's face. Boundless gravitational force crashed down upon him. Enlin's body shuddered violently as his bones creaked under boundless pressure. If some return to void stage mighty figures were here, they would definitely be crushed into mincemeat. Even powerful Tao integration stage super mighty figures like the Dark Soul Emperor and the Bright Soul Snake were instantly immobilized. This was only the beginning. The thick and solid black tortoise shell had already fallen from the sky. I'll crush you to death. The black tortoise shell, which was riddled with sharp divine spikes, crashed down from the sky with crushing force, as if it were going to crush all living beings to a pulp. Interesting. A smile appeared on Enlin's face as an earthy divine halo suddenly appeared above his head. Whoosh! A paramount might began to proliferate forth. Power of the mountain god activate. Enlin pointed a finger upward, and the paramount power of laws erupted forth. Gravitational reversal, normal. A peculiar energy fluctuation imbued with the paramount power of laws erupted forth, as if it were a heavenly decree. The terrifying gravitational force instantly disappeared in that instant. The spirit maiden's crazed expression froze on her face, and her mouth gaped open as she murmured to herself, This technique again? Why is it this technique again? What kind of power is this? Where did this freak come from? The spirit maiden could already envision what was going to happen next. Sure enough, Enlin abruptly swung his hammer toward the sky, and the monstrous power of the mountain was imbued with the will to destroy all things, instantly shattering the black tortoise shell. There was more than one black tortoise shell in the Xianwu trial. The spirit maiden waved her hands in a frenzy, hurling one black tortoise shell after another toward Enlin, only for Enlin to shatter all of them with a single punch. The indestructible black tortoise shell in the eyes of Tao integration stage super mighty figures couldn't even last a single strike from Enlin. The spirit maiden experienced the true meaning of despair once again. At this moment, the power of the mountain god's divine halo quickly rotated to absorb all of the soul power essence into its body. The power of Enlin's consciousness swelled explosively once again, and a portion of it flowed into a sea of vital energy to nourish the strange egg within his sea of vital energy. Soon, all of the black tortoise shells had been destroyed by Enlin before being absorbed. The black tortoise trial grounds became empty again. Spirit maiden, it's a pity that you failed again, but that's all right, you still have one more chance. And Lin chuckled. But for now, activate the black tortoise inheritance for me. The spirit maiden gritted her teeth. Before I activate the black tortoise inheritance, can you explain to me why you've already summoned your whale? Huh. And Lin looked at the soul power black whale behind him, and an awkward yet polite smile appeared on his face. I was worried that the black tortoise would attack me like those two holy beasts, so I summoned the whale to protect myself. Self-protection? Self-protection, my F***CK. You're trying to swallow the black tortoise. The spirit maiden's breathing accelerated, but she still managed to calm herself down and force a smile onto her face. Then promise me that as long as the black tortoise doesn't attack you, you won't attack it. And Lin immediately shook his head upon hearing this. No. Why should I only retaliate when the holy beasts attack me? I've already been bullied twice by the holy beasts, and I can't let that tragedy repeat itself. Offense is the best defense, so I'm going to attack this time. The Spirit Maiden. Chapter 1740. The Spirit Maiden knew that Lin was a punishment sent by the heavens to punish her. What the F***CK was this? Was Lin a tragedy? It was clearly the two holy beasts that were swallowed by him, and Lin didn't suffer any losses at all. Where did he get the cheek to say that offense was the best defense? The Spirit Maiden had always thought that she was the most despicable person in her palace. After all, she had to resort to all sorts of despicable methods to kill a trial taker. However, never would she have thought that someone even more despicable than her would resort to all sorts of despicable methods to swallow all of the holy beasts. What the F***CK was this? He was turning the tables on her. However, she couldn't do anything about it. She could only watch as Lin jumped around and did whatever he wanted. How despairing! How helpless! Hurry up! Don't just stand there. Where's my Xian Wu inheritance? And Lin urged. The Spirit Maiden wore a bitter expression. You can't do this. It's not right for you to destroy things like this. Let me ask you, did the Spirit Patriarch stipulate that the soul power essence can't be eaten? And Lin asked. The Spirit Maiden was an honest person, and she shook her head honestly. Then let me ask you another question. Did the Spirit Patriarch stipulate that the divine intents of the four holy beasts can't be eaten? And Lin continued. The Spirit Maiden was on the verge of tears as she continued to shake her head, and Lin splayed his hands. The Spirit Patriarch didn't say that I can't eat them. What the F***CK are you talking about? The Spirit Maiden broke down. You're bullying me. Come and kill me then. And Lin chuckled. The Spirit Maiden had nothing left to live for. Slap. She pressed a hand against her chest. The Xian Wu statue exploded. A gargantuan Xian Wu began to appear on the ground. Its snake head was enshrouded in layers of dark mystic water, and it appeared eerie and sinister. Its tough shell glowed with green divine light, and it was as heavy as a boundless mountain. Its tail swayed gently, and a golden candle flame lit up, illuminating heaven and earth. You are the one who passed my trial? The Xian Wu's lantern-like eyes stared intently at Lin. Yes, I am. And Lin cupped his fists and said, respectfully, the Spirit Maiden was extremely nervous, and she was afraid that some mishap might occur again. Senior Xian Wu, and Lin is an extremely talented cultivator. Back when he challenged the Xian Wu trial, I was extremely amazed by his performance. He is definitely worthy of this inheritance. The meaning behind the Spirit Maiden's words was very clear. Hurry up and give him the inheritance. The white tiger and vermilion bird's bloody lesson is right in front of us. Senior Black Tortoise, please be smart. However, Xian Wu, who was just about to bestow the inheritance upon Lin, suddenly paused upon hearing the Spirit Maiden's words. He looked at Lin with interest. Oh, little brat, you've received such a high evaluation from the Spirit Maiden. I'm quite curious about your power now. Why don't you show me a thing or two? Once I'm satisfied, I'll bestow you the core inheritance. Sure, I'll show you a few moves. And Lin's lips curled up slightly. The spirit maiden seemed to have realized something, and she immediately extended a hand. No. At this moment, the whale behind Enlin opened its cavernous mouth and abruptly pounced toward Xian Wu. A black vortex appeared in its mouth, sucking in all things, and the gargantuan Xian Wu was instantly sucked into the air. How dare you? Never would Xian Wu have thought that Enlin would dare to attack it. It also opened its cavernous mouth, and dark water sprayed forth. The water was like the blackest ink in the world, and it was capable of transforming everything it came into contact with into water of absolute darkness. However, when the netherworld mysterious water was sprayed into the whale's mouth, it was completely absorbed by the whale. Xian Wu was given a fright upon seeing this, and its massive body was instantly enshrouded in a layer of translucent, green soul power armor. Xian Wu's soul armor. In the instant that the armor materialized, Xian Wu's body was fixed in midair by the suction force. This armor doesn't look simple at all. It possesses a unique property of immortality, and it was able to block my most powerful engulfment spell technique with just a wisp of its essential divine intent. And Lin's eyes lit up, but he had no intention of stopping. His soul power surged, and the power of his consciousness erupted forth with even greater ferocity. The suction force from the black whale's mouth became even more terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. In the end, the Xian Wu soul armor was pulverized by the terrifying soul power. The gargantuan Xian Wu howled with anguish and cursed with rage before being swallowed alive by the black whale. History was always shockingly similar. Burp. The soul power whale burped with satisfaction again, and Lin looked on silently at the scenes unfolding before him before turning to the empty trial space with a smile. Are you satisfied with what I've just displayed, Senior Xian Wu? Of course. No one replied to his question. Only the spirit maiden's expression was filled with despair. It's been swallowed. Xian Wu has also been swallowed. You've already passed the trial, but you're still acting all high and mighty and forcing me to show you what I've got. Do you really think a mere wisp of your divine intent is the boss? And Lin pursed his lips. You're the boss. You're the boss. The spirit maiden clasped a hand over her chest with a grief-stricken expression. At this moment, Lin's mind exploded again. A huge amount of information and true intent flowed into his mind like a massive river. His consciousness had clearly digested Xian Wu's essential divine intent and absorbed its inheritance. And Lin had obtained another holy beast core inheritance, Xian Wu's soul armor. This was an indestructible armor constructed from one's consciousness, and this was the core defensive spell technique of holy beast Xian Wu. At the same time, another change occurred in his sea of vital energy. Another egg slowly floated up from the seabed before floating above his sea of vital energy, as if it were nurturing something. This egg was about the same size as the previous one, and it was completely green with intricate black patterns on its surface, creating an extremely beautiful sight to behold. And Lin was astonished. He finally knew that these eggs really did have something to do with holy beasts. So what were these eggs going to hatch into? And Lin was both curious and a little uneasy. Please don't tell me it's going to be something strange or strange. Wait, no, it was already strange enough that 2 eggs had appeared in his sea of vital energy. Let's go to the Azure Dragon inheritance, Spirit Maiden, and Lin said after calming himself down. The Spirit Maiden floated over to Enlin and lowered her head with a beseeching expression on her face. Enlin, you vented your anger now. So can you spare the Azure Dragon's life for the sake of the Spirit Palace? And Lin was rooted to the spot as he stared at the docile woman with a hint of surprise in his eyes. So the Spirit Maiden had already been ravaged to this extent? How could she speak to him in such a gentle and subservient tone? And Lin thought about it for a moment. He had never tried accepting a holy beast's inheritance before. If he kept swallowing it like a brainless glutton, It wouldn't suit his noble status. Thus he nodded. All right, as long as Holy Beast Azure Dragon doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything. The Spirit Maiden finally felt reassured after receiving Enlin's promise. She was going to quickly and cleanly end this trial and send this god of plague away. Chapter 1741. The Spirit Maiden opened the gate to the Azure Dragon trial, and Lin swaggered in. I'm going to start the trial now, the Spirit Maiden said in a low voice. And Lin, this is probably a fake Spirit Maiden. Where's her killing intent? Where's her rage? All right, let's begin, and Lin said solemnly. Immediately afterward, a dark soul dragon suddenly appeared and roared as it pounced toward Lin. And Lin was extremely excited, and he swatted it with his palm. Bam! The dark soul dragon exploded from the palm strike. Congratulations, Lin. You've successfully passed the trial, the Spirit Maiden said with a dainty smile. And Lin, wait a minute, what's going on? I passed just like that? And Lin hadn't even used any strength, and he had already passed without even feeling anything? Who was he trying to bully? That's right, you've passed. The Spirit Maiden nodded. In any case, she couldn't kill Lin. Rather than letting him absorb all of the Dark Soul Dragon's soul power, she might as well let him pass and scram after receiving the inheritance. And Lin clearly knew what the Spirit Maiden was thinking, and he sighed. You're already scared after just 3 strikes? The artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace is actually so weak and easy to bully? What a disgrace to the Spirit Patriarch. The Spirit Maiden took a deep breath and forced a smile onto her face. Do you want the inheritance or not? Just tell me. Yes, of course I want it. And Lin nodded upon seeing that his goading had failed. The Spirit Maiden flew over and patted the Azure Dragon statue's head. The statue cracked open and exploded. An Azure Eastern Dragon appeared in midair. Its body was covered in a dense layer of divine light, and its 9 claws glowed with boundless might. Its golden eyes were imbued with a surging dragon might, and the Azure Divine seal on its forehead struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. At the same time, an immortal aura unique to holy beasts also proliferated outward. Howl! A cry that contained the might of a dragon resounded out, and it seemed to have transcended the world. It was illusory, profound, and revealed the aura of a king. And Lin looked at the Azure Dragon in front of him and sensed its unique aura. He didn't know why, but it felt strangely familiar. You're the human who passed my trial? Interesting, truly interesting. The Azure Dragon looked down at Lin condescendingly. Its 2 dragon whiskers rose slightly as it laughed heartily. The Spirit Patriarch's inheritance and my spell technique have been obtained by a human. Just thinking about it makes me feel amused. And Lin blinked his eyes. This holy beast seemed to be easier to talk to. Come, human. Since you've successfully summoned me, I shall fulfill your wish. The Azure Dragon's fingertips began to emit a green light of inheritance. The Spirit Maiden heaved a huge sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a smile appeared on her face. Success! I've finally succeeded this time. The Spirit Patriarch Hall has finally avoided the terrifying situation of being completely empty, and Lin also stepped forward. He was quite curious about what it would feel like to receive an inheritance normally. All of a sudden, he felt a stabbing pain in his mind, and his consciousness surged explosively. Immediately afterward, boundless black light burst forth from the ancient ring in his hand. A gargantuan dragon had suddenly appeared behind Lin, and its eyes, which were like 2 miniature suns, opened. This smell, what a familiar smell! A hoarse and deep voice sounded from behind him. The dragon's voice reverberated through the air, and the hair on Lin's body instantly stood on end. Even his breathing began to quicken. The Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically. You are... The black dragon, head behind Lin, chortled with glee. I am you, foolish divine intent. It suddenly opened its mouth and pounced toward the Azure Dragon. It bit down on the azure dragon's head at an extremely fast speed, and with a loud crack, it bit off the dragon's head and swallowed it. Then it swallowed the dragon's body, tail, and finally, the entire dragon was swallowed into its stomach. I feel much better after eating my own divine intent. The day of my full recovery is getting closer and closer. The black dragon smacked its lips with elation. There seems to be other types of soul power? It suddenly exclaimed in surprise again. It opened its mouth, and the entire azure dragon trial suddenly shook. Countless traps were destroyed by it, and a supreme dragon's might carried absolute will, as if it could command the power of all dragons. Then, under Enlin's astonished gaze, countless shadow soul dragons were sucked out by the black dragon, and all of them were swallowed into its mouth. Only when all the soul power was sucked out did it burp in satisfaction. The black dragon turned its gaze toward Enlin. Human brat, I've reaped great rewards thanks to you. I owe you another favor, and I'll return it in the future. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Roar, roar, roar. The black dragon let out a joyful and mysterious laugh. The ring on Enlin's hand flashed, and the black dragon turned into a black light again, leaping into Enlin's consciousness. Enlin suddenly realized that the black dragon was really the azure dragon of the 4 sacred beasts. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when the azure dragon appeared. It was the black dragon's aura on his body. As for why the azure dragon had turned black, he didn't get a chance to ask. As for the azure dragon in his body, it looked like it was time to find some time to deal with it. He had initially thought that the black dragon's divine intent was in the ring. However, after everything that had happened, such as crippling the ghost tribe mighty figure with a roar, swallowing the blue dragon, swallowing a divine tool constructed from the skeleton of a true dragon, and now it directly claimed that it was the azure dragon and swallowed the azure dragon's divine intent. If Enlin still thought that this was merely the black dragon's divine intent, then he would be an idiot. This was clearly a special form of the holy beast, the azure dragon. It ate it. It actually ate it again. A sorrowful voice suddenly sounded. The spirit maiden sat paralyzed on the ground and stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her. It's gone, it's all gone. The soul power of the 4 sacred beasts has been sucked dry, and the holy beast's divine intent has also been eaten. The spirit patriarch palace is completely empty, and only Enlin is running amok. Tears of remorse flowed down the spirit maiden's face. She shouldn't have opened that door in the first place. Liar, you're a liar. You said you wouldn't eat it anymore, but it was eaten dry again. The spirit maiden knelt on the ground and wiped away her tears with one hand. What should I do now? The spirit patriarch palace doesn't even have a holy beast to chat with anymore. Hey, you can't blame me this time. What you saw was the azure dragon eating itself. It has nothing to do with me. And Lin was also in despair. The azure dragon had been swallowed. So where was his inheritance? Was it really okay for the black dragon to do this? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, an explosion erupted in his mind. A burst of extremely fundamental information and true intent flowed into his mind. And Lin's eyes lit up. He had finally obtained the azure dragon's core inheritance, the shadow soul dragon. This was a spell technique that could exhaust one's consciousness. It was a perfect fusion of the spirit patriarch's and the azure dragon's understanding of the divine sense. It could summon a limitless number of shadow soul dragons to tear the opponent to death. Not only that, but a black egg also appeared in his sea of vital energy. There are intricate red patterns on its surface, and it looked mysterious and beautiful. Not a loss at all. And Lin was already used to having eggs in his sea of vital energy. Having one more didn't make a difference. He could just wait for them to slowly hatch. The spirit maiden saw the elated and satisfied smile on Enlin's face, and she felt even more like a failure. She was weak, pitiful, and helpless. On the very first day of the Spirit Patriarch Palace's opening, She had already squandered all of the Spirit Patriarch's assets. How useless and heart-wrenching was this! It was also at this moment that a warm palm pressed down on the Spirit Maiden's head and gently rubbed it. The Spirit Maiden raised her beautiful eyes, and what she saw was in Lynn's warm smile. Spirit Maiden, it's not that you're incompetent, and it's not that you're too weak either. It's that I'm too powerful. This isn't your fault. And Lynn consoled her in a warm voice. The Spirit Maiden pursed her lips tightly. He still didn't forget to flex a little when consoling someone. Are there any other trials in this Spirit Patriarch Palace? And Lynn asked with a hint of reluctance in his voice. The Spirit Maiden abruptly stood up with grief and indignation on her face. Are the 4 holy beasts unable to satisfy you? Do you want to have me too? And Lynn's eyes lit up. Sure. The Spirit Maiden. Chapter 1742. You're a toad lusting after swan meat, the Spirit Maiden said angrily. Can a toad pass the trials of 4 holy beasts and take all the inheritances in the Spirit Patriarch Palace? And Lynn didn't back down and retorted. The Spirit Maiden choked upon hearing this, and her face flushed red. In any case, even if I die and live alone in the Spirit Patriarch Palace forever, or even perish together with the Spirit Patriarch Palace, I will never acknowledge you as my master. The Spirit Maiden pointed a finger at Lynn's nose and said angrily, and Lynn blinked. Why did this sound so familiar? It was also at this moment that the space around them suddenly began to tremor. A gate of light suddenly appeared in the middle of the vast palace. Immediately afterward, a majestic and invigorating voice sounded. Congratulations, trial taker. You have obtained the core inheritances of 4 holy beasts in a row. The hidden trial of the Spirit Patriarch is now activated. Trial taker is welcome to participate. And Lynn was astonished upon hearing this. Had he obtained a new achievement and unlocked a hidden mission? The Spirit Maiden was rooted to the spot. The Spirit Patriarch. This is the voice of the Spirit Patriarch. Who would have thought that he would leave behind an invisible restriction in the palace? The Spirit Maiden was extremely excited, as if she had discovered a new continent, and Lynn stepped into the gate of light without any hesitation. Wait for me. The Spirit Maiden followed behind Lynn and also flew into the gate of light. A powerful spatial power swept toward them, and Lynn realized that this was a small mystic realm within the Spirit Patriarch Palace. Soon, the space around them transformed, and a strange place filled with jagged rocks and vibrant soul power appeared before their eyes. There were harmless spirit bodies floating around, and they sized up Lynn curiously. They flew toward the Spirit Maiden in an intimate manner as soon as she appeared. A spirit body with a mushroom-like head and a deep-fried, dough stick spread open its arms, and a rose appeared. It was confessing its love to the Spirit Maiden. A spirit body that resembled a white ball even snuck over and tried to kiss the Spirit Maiden's cheek. However, it was mercilessly slapped away by the Spirit Maiden, and Lynn was quite intrigued. It looked like the Spirit Maiden was also a goddess among the Void Spirit tribe. It seemed like the Void Spirit tribe didn't choose their partners based on looks. Instead, they only looked at the attributes of their spirit bodies. This was also why the Sword Essence Emperor, the Chaotic Demon Ball, and the other Tao integration stage super mighty figures had all expressed their approval toward the Spirit Maiden when she had transformed into a sinister monster. Now that he thought about it, the Void Spirit tribe was the most romantic and shameless tribe. Yes, choosing a mate only depends on your inner self, only your interesting soul. As for appearance, sorry, Void Spirit tribe living beings had no fixed appearance. 10,000 Void Spirit tribe living beings had 10,000 strange appearances. The Spirit Maiden's spirit body attributes were most likely quite good. All of the Void Spirit tribe living beings in the mystic realm were rushing toward her and professing their love. However, the Void Spirit tribe living beings were quickly intimidated by her violent personality and restrained themselves. There are so many weak, void, spirit tribe living beings here, and there are also many undulating hills, but they're all a mess. Where is the spirit patriarch, and where is the trial taking place? And Lin was perplexed. The spirit maiden closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she pointed a slender finger in a certain direction. I can sense the spirit patriarch's aura. It's in that direction. And Lin immediately set off upon hearing this. After walking for about 12 kilometers, he discovered an ordinary-looking cave atop a mundane-looking hill. The mighty spirit patriarch buried himself in this cave? And Lin finally sensed a peculiar aura upon arriving here. It was extremely faint, but it was impossible to ignore, as the soul power emanating from it made even in Lin's consciousness tremble. How can you imagine how low-key my master is? The spirit maiden raised her chin, and Lin rolled his eyes. What's with that expression? Is this something to be proud of? Master regards money and fame as dirt, and he dedicated his entire life to the research of spirit bodies. He is the undisputed #1 being in the Void Spirit Tribe, and he paved a path of hope for billions of Void Spirit Tribe living beings to reach the Great Tao. The Void Spirit Tribe can't find a second such a mighty being. The Spirit Maiden's eyes were filled with admiration and yearning as she talked about the Spirit Patriarch. Such a mighty being who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Why did he die? And Lin asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. The Spirit Maiden faltered slightly upon hearing this. Then a hint of grief appeared on her face, and she shook her head. I can't tell you. The Spirit Patriarch personally told me that he can only tell me the true reason for his death. Tell me the true reason? The Spirit Patriarch is already dead. Can I still tell him? And Lin couldn't help but feel a little expectant. He walked into the cave and continued forward for about 100 meters. Then he saw a red barrier that isolated and protected him from the outside world. This barrier was of a very high rank. It seemed to be able to scan Lin's body. After ascertaining that Lin's consciousness possessed a few unique auras, the barrier suddenly opened up to welcome him, and Lin walked in, and he was greeted by the sight of a large laboratory. There were all kinds of strange instruments on the laboratory, some of which were extremely intricate and high-end. They could slice and peel, reconstruct life forms, impact particles, and reconstruct space. There were all kinds of functions, and it was comparable to what he had seen in Bai Ling's research room. Some of the instruments were extremely strange. They looked like ancient cauldrons, chains, and ghostly totem poles. There were countless curses and strange energy engraved on them. And Lin also saw a series of spirit monsters that were still stored in transparent containers. They were enshrouded by some kind of special energy, and they still possessed signs of life. However, they were all in a deep slumber. He also saw the Spirit Patriarch's body. It was a delicate and pretty skeleton. The skeleton was only about the size of a child. It had the skull of a dragon, the wings of a phoenix, and the body of a human. From its bone structure, it had 4 arms and 2 legs, and they were all human. As for why Lin was certain that this was the Spirit Patriarch, it was because this little skeleton was releasing a soul power that made even Lin's heart palpitate. It was dead, but it didn't die. The Spirit Patriarch sat silently on a laboratory chair. In front of him was a workbench. It was as if it were using its decaying voice to shout, I, the Spirit Patriarch, will die in this laboratory, even if I die. As expected of a research maniac, this identity definitely wasn't just for show. Which supreme being didn't have a majestic and imposing statue or a vast and majestic mausoleum after they died? However, this Spirit Patriarch didn't stick to any of these conventions. Its body sat silently in this small laboratory. It was so simple and so simple. It was as if time had frozen at the moment of its death. It was also a vivid depiction of its life's pursuit. And Lin was moved, but his attention was still focused on the inheritance. He turned his gaze toward a pitch-black stone slab beside the spirit patriarch. A series of white words were written densely on the slab, and Lin was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the largest words at the top of the black stone slab. The words were written on the slab. Do you want to obtain my inheritance? Do you want to obtain wealth, fame, and power? Then answer the questions. Answer all 100 questions correctly, and I'll give everything to you. Chapter 1743. And Lin never would have thought that the hidden trial in the Spirit Patriarch Palace was to answer questions. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. In terms of intelligence and knowledge, he was quite confident. No matter what the question was, he would do it. Thus, and Lin looked at the 100 questions. Question 1. How many units of spirit condensation impact can little yellow source spirit be increased by after extracting anarchy acid from a stalk of dark soul grass and mixing it with dumb dragon grass according to the spirit void ratio? A. 202B, 281C, 396D, for 38 in Lin. He took a deep breath and looked at the second question. Question 2. Demon Soul General of the Spirit nurturing Pinnacle Stage, ingesting 89 milligrams of this divine grass, 23 Wind Spirit Flower, and 108 milligrams of demonic eye powder. A. 909 degrees B, 8,648 degrees Celsius, 430 degrees D. No, increase in Lin. And Lin's flesh crawled as he looked at the third question. Question 3. A high-energy spirit particle collides with a soul particle at a speed of 180,000 meters per second. What level of particle oscillation can be triggered? A. Level 3B, Level 5C, Level 9D, unshaken in Lin. Question 4. Soul-piercing Alitao demon used a speed faster than the star dragon to launch a concentrated attack on the fluorescent stone. After receiving 2,976 electromagnetic soul damage, the soul rose and fell by 798%. Then, what kind of soul dream emission phenomenon can be created? A. Avalon Fall B, Heaven's Fissure Dust C, Langmeng Robe Attack D, Innate Shadow in Lin. He looked at the questions one by one. Finally, and Lin finished reading all the questions after a while. Then he was shocked to find that he didn't know how to answer a single question. No, it should be said that he didn't know how to answer a single one of the 100 questions. Holy *T, what kind of weird questions are these? He didn't even know how to answer a single question, let alone 100. Thankfully, these questions were all multiple-choice questions, so he still had room to guess. However, the probability of guessing 100 questions correctly was 1/4 to the power of 100. Even if he used up all the luck of several lifetimes, he might not be able to do it, right? He had originally thought that the Spirit Patriarch's trial was very considerate and cultured, but now that he thought about it, it was practically demonic. And Lin took a deep breath before turning toward the Spirit Maiden. Can you do these questions? The Spirit Maiden also looked at the questions left behind by the Spirit Patriarch. A reminiscent expression appeared on her face as she murmured to herself. These questions are actually the results of the Spirit Patriarch's experiments when he was still alive. They aren't the most difficult questions, and Lin said excitedly, in other words, you know how to do it. I only know how to answer 8 questions, the Spirit Maiden replied honestly. And Lin, the artifact spirit of the Spirit Patriarch Palace, only knew how to answer 8 questions. As if she knew what Lin was thinking, the Spirit Maiden continued, These questions will become more and more difficult. I can only answer the first 8 questions at the moment, but I can guarantee that I'll get all of them correct. As for the following questions, they already involved many fields of research. Although I had some clues, it was just a clue. If I carefully research and experiment according to the clues and calculate for a few decades, I should have a chance to get it right. And Lin's mouth gaped open. A few decades? He was going to scram back to the Tai Chu continent in a dozen or so days. Where would he find the time to stay here for a few decades? Once the gate to the spirit realm closed, who knew when it would open again? And Lin's eyes were filled with defeat, as if he had lost all of his faith. He finally tasted the terror of being dominated by perverted questions. The spirit maiden crossed her arms before her chest and delivered a fatal blow to Lin. She chuckled coldly. Besides, the spirit patriarch's inheritance naturally has to be obtained with your own abilities. Even if I know how to do it, I won't teach you. Just give up, ha ha ha. And Lin was enraged upon hearing the spirit maiden's mockery. However, he couldn't do anything even if he was angry. He still had to endure the spirit maiden's mockery. This was probably the tragedy of being a bad student, and Lin looked around the laboratory to see if there were any answers that he could refer to. Of course, he didn't find anything either. Just as he was about to throw caution to the wind and walk over to the black stone slab beside the spirit patriarch's body, his storage ring suddenly flashed with a red light, and Lin sensed a powerful intent. He didn't stop it and allowed the thing inside to move on its own. A ball of red light shot out from the storage ring. It was a red, crystal-clear skeleton man. The spirit maiden was given a fright. What is this thing? And Lin was also given a fright. Xue Meng Meng, why did you come out? That's right, this skeleton was none other than the blood patriarch's corpse, Xue Meng Meng, who had been subdued by Lin. Xue Meng Meng moved closer to the spirit patriarch. There was a melancholic look in its eyes. I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Who would have thought that he would still die? You know, the spirit patriarch. And Lin asked in surprise. Xue Meng Meng nodded. Not only did I know him, but we were also good friends. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The spirit maiden's body trembled. Then she shook her head. That's impossible. The spirit patriarch only had one good friend, and that was the blood patriarch. How could you, Xue Meng Meng, be his good friend? What nonsense! Xue Meng Meng came to a sudden realization. You're right. The blood patriarch was the spirit patriarch's good friend. What does that have to do with me? And Lin suddenly had a bold idea. He patted Xue Meng Meng's round skull and pointed to the questions on the black stone slab. Do you know how to solve these questions? Ha! You're asking a skeleton to solve these questions? And Lin, are you desperate? The spirit maiden couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this. Xue Meng Meng raised its head and looked at the questions on the black stone slab. A dark red flame ignited in its empty eye sockets. Silence. After a while, these questions are so difficult, Xue Meng Meng said, and Lin was disappointed. The spirit maiden chuckled coldly. I'll need a few minutes to finish all of them, Xue Meng Meng said. Spirit maiden. And Lin, impossible. Do you think I'm stupid? How can you finish all of these questions in a few minutes? The spirit maiden instantly exploded with disbelief and indignation. She would need at least a few decades to finish all of these questions. However, this Xue Meng Meng that had popped out of nowhere was saying that he could finish all of them in a few minutes? Wasn't this looking down on her and making her look like a stupid C***T? And Lin was very excited. Hurry up and do it then. Xue Meng Meng really did start counting in its mind. 6 minutes later. I'm done. I can guarantee that all of the answers are accurate, Xue Meng Meng said. And Lin was ecstatic. Xue Meng Meng is awesome. Let's go fill in the answers. The spirit maiden chuckled coldly. Ha! If you can really finish all of the questions, then I'll twist my head off for you to play with. Chapter 1744. And Lin looked at the spirit maiden and narrowed his eyes. Remember what you said. If I can answer all 100 questions correctly, you'll twist your head off for me to play with. The spirit maiden straightened her back and shook her chest. I, the spirit maiden, am a man of my word. Why would I be afraid of something that is completely impossible? But what if you can't answer all 100 questions correctly? The spirit maiden smiled sinisterly. If you lose and you don't lose anything, then this bet is off. Fine, I'll pay the price. And Lin nodded. If I can't answer all 100 questions correctly, then Shuemengmeng will twist its head off for you to play with. Shuemengmeng. The spirit maiden was astonished. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? However, upon closer inspection, Shuemengmeng's skull was indeed quite adorable. The spirit maiden really wanted to play with it, so she accepted this bet. In order to prevent its head from being twisted off, Shuemengmeng's expression became even more serious. Choose B for the first question, C for the second question, C for the third question, A for the fourth question, C for the fifth question. Shuemengmeng listed out the answers one by one, and Lin condensed an answer pen with his soul power and ticked off the answers on the black stone slab. The spirit maiden was a little unsettled. She knew how to answer the first 8 questions, and the answers to the first 8 questions were exactly the same as the answers she had received. No way, how is this possible? This is impossible. The spirit maiden shook her head as she looked at Enlin answering the questions rapidly. Not only was her body trembling, but even her breathing had also quickened. Suddenly, the fear of being dominated by Enlin welled up in her heart again. That feeling was so familiar. Not only were the 4 holy beasts unable to punish him, but even the spirit patriarch was unable to punish him now. No, the questions became more and more difficult as they progressed. He would definitely make mistakes later on. Very soon, Enlin had completed all the questions under Shuemengmeng's guidance. Everyone suddenly fell silent, regardless of whether it was the spirit maiden, Shuemengmeng, or Enlin. All of them stared intently at the black stone slab. Whoosh! The black stone slab suddenly lit up. Following that, several large red words appeared on the blackboard. Congratulations to the trial taker. All the answers are correct. Do you wish to accept the inheritance now? The vast soul power aura emanating from the black stone slab proved that this was indeed the spirit patriarch's power. This was also the spirit patriarch's true decision. Ha ha ha, it's really all correct? Shuemengmeng, you're the best. I'm so grateful to you. And Lin excitedly hugged the blood-red crystal skeleton beside him and praised loudly. Master, if you really want to thank me, then give me a few drops of your delicious blood, Shuemengmeng said as it smacked its lips. That's a good request. And Lin immediately cut his hand to draw blood. Shuemengmeng was extremely satisfied. The spirit maiden stood off to the side and stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. She was still muttering, Impossible! How is this possible? How could the spirit patriarch's question be solved in such a short time? What's so strange about that? Shuemengmeng replied. The spirit patriarch has basically discussed all of the questions on the black stone slab with me. I've also participated in most of his experiments. Isn't it normal for me to be able to solve these questions? That's impossible. Apart from the blood patriarch, my master wouldn't have conducted any experiments with other living beings. As she spoke, the spirit maiden's pupils suddenly contracted as if she had thought of something. Her mouth gaped open in shock as she stared at Shuemengmeng. Could it be you are? No, I'm not the blood patriarch, I'm Shuemengmeng. The spirit maiden was speechless. She didn't seem to have told Enlin who this blood skeleton was. Forget it. Seeing as you've been dealt such a pitiful blow, I'll explain it to you. Shuemengmeng was formed from the blood patriarch's corpse after it became sentient. It possesses a portion of the blood patriarch's power and memories, and Lin explained. Even though the spirit maiden had already guessed this, she was still stunned into a daze. It really was the blood patriarch. It really was the blood patriarch. Shuemengmeng was the blood patriarch. Everything made sense now. No wonder the skeleton said that he was the blood patriarch's good friend. No wonder the skeleton was able to answer all the questions at an unfathomable speed. The more the spirit maiden thought about this, the more she blushed with shame. At the time, She had praised the Blood Patriarch in front of the Blood Patriarch, then belittled Xue Mingming. Just thinking about it made her want to crawl into a hole. Sigh, she had lost to Enlin again. However, who would have thought that the handsome and elegant man from back then would now become a strange skeleton? Why are you looking at me like that? I'll say it again. I'm Xue Mingming, not the Blood Patriarch in your eyes. Xue Mingming felt like it was being discriminated against, and it spoke angrily. The spirit maiden replied with an "Oh," clearly not believing him. That's right, spirit maiden. Do you still remember our bet? And Lin asked with a chuckle. The spirit maiden's slender body trembled, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She had lost the bet. Next, she would have to twist her head off for Enlin to play with. That doesn't count. You clearly didn't do it with your own strength. You found someone else to take the test for you. This is cheating. The spirit maiden resisted stubbornly. Even the spirit patriarch has acknowledged my results. And Lin pointed at the large red words on the black stone slab. Could it be that you're even more authoritative than the spirit patriarch? Could it be that you want to take the test for him? No. The spirit maiden's heart trembled, and she shook her head incessantly. It was clear that she had received a heavy blow. Respecting the spirit patriarch's decision was something that she had to do. Otherwise, it would be a great disrespect to the spirit patriarch. She couldn't bear this kind of accusation. And Lin is my master. My strength is my master's strength. The questions that I answered are the questions that my master answered, Xue Mingming said. Critical strike spirit maiden X2. And Lin placed his hands on his hips, and he said in a righteous manner, I used my own strength to find someone to take the test for me. If you're so capable, why don't you find someone from the Blood Patriarch to take the test for you? Can you do it? Critical strike, Spirit Maiden X3. The Spirit Maiden's HP bar was already empty, and tears streamed down her face. Fine. I'll let you play to your heart's content. Tears welled up in the Spirit Maiden's eyes, and there was an expression of humiliation on her face. She used her hand as a knife and slashed toward her neck, slicing it open. Take it. The Spirit Maiden held onto her spirit body's head as she spoke with hatred in her voice. And Lin accepted the Spirit Maiden's spirit body head and held it in his hands. The Spirit Maiden's head was cool to the touch, and her delicate and pretty face was cool and moist. There were even drops of spirit liquid tears on her face. He couldn't help but pinch the Spirit Maiden's cheek. It was soft and delicate. After the spirit body had taken on a corporeal form, it felt quite good to the touch. It felt more substantial than jelly. The Spirit Maiden wore an expression of humiliation, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Just as she thought that she was going to be toyed with by Enlin forever, she discovered that her head had been pressed back onto her neck. A large, warm hand patted her head. The handsome male in front of her rubbed the Spirit Maiden's head and smiled gently. All right, I've played enough. I'll return it to its rightful owner now. Huh. The Spirit Maiden had initially thought that she would be toyed with by Enlin for the rest of her life. However, who would have thought that Enlin would return her head to her so quickly? It looked like he was just giving her a way out of this embarrassing situation. The Spirit Maiden's heart was stirred slightly. Chapter 1745. And Lin was indeed very infuriating. He had no moral integrity and no lower limit. However, the Spirit Maiden couldn't forget the gentle smile on his face when he pressed her head back into her body. In this moment of extreme humiliation, it was as if a ray of sunlight had instantly shone into her heart and warmed her entire body. Then, all right, I fulfilled my promise to our bet. The Spirit Maiden used her soul power to heal the wound on her neck. She glanced at Enlin before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Her voice was slightly stiff. Of course, Spirit Maiden. You're a person who keeps her promises. And Lin nodded with a smile. The Spirit Maiden pursed her lips and didn't reply. She only saw that Enlin didn't look as repulsive as before. And Lin turned his gaze toward the black stone slab again. He used his soul power pen to tick the word yes on the "Do you accept the Spirit Patriarch's inheritance?" Rumbled the black stone slab, suddenly trembled violently. The spirit ancestor, who had been quietly sitting in the laboratory chair, suddenly released a ball of blue light from the top of his head. It fused with the black stone slab and caused the black stone slab to explode. And Lin felt a sense of pressure that made even his heart palpitate in fear. A being with the head of a dragon for arms, 2 legs, and a pair of phoenix wings appeared in the center of the black stone slab's explosion. Its entire body was a deep blue, and it seemed as if there was an endless amount of soul power within it. It was clear that this being was the paramount god of the void spirit realm, the Spirit Patriarch. Congratulations, trial taker. You've successfully passed my trial. You have the right to inherit my most important inheritance. The Spirit Patriarch was like a man who had just woken up. His voice was lazy, and every syllable was dragged out. Furthermore, there was no emotion in it. Junior and Lin thanks the Spirit Patriarch, and Lin bowed slightly. He knew that the spirit before him was a wisp of the Spirit Patriarch's remnant divine intent. It had its own consciousness, but it only existed to pass everything to its inheritor. Master. The Spirit Maiden looked at the figure before her, and tears welled up in her eyes. Spirit Maiden, you've successfully completed the final mission and found a qualified inheritor for me. From now on, you're free. The Spirit Patriarch's expression softened as he looked at the Spirit Maiden. The Spirit Maiden wiped away her tears and nodded lightly. The Spirit Patriarch then turned his gaze toward Xue Mengmeng. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Sigh. Brother Xue, you've become like this. You're half dead. Xue Mengmeng scratched its skull as it glanced at the Spirit Patriarch's corpse, which had also been reduced to a skeleton. It sighed and said, Brother Spirit, don't talk about me. At least I'm slightly better than you. My old body can still move, but yours can't. The Spirit Patriarch glared at Xue Mengmeng. Why do I feel like beating someone up? Do you want to fight for it one last time? There won't be another chance in the future, Xue Mengmeng said eagerly. Sure enough, the Spirit Patriarch's eyes flashed, but they quickly dimmed. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Back then, you and I had been arguing for tens of thousands of years over which is the most important source of life, the divine sense or the blood. Haven't we fought enough? I still have to save some strength for my successor. All right. Xue Mengmeng nodded. Speaking of which, you were the one who helped me with my questions, right? The spirit ancestor suddenly asked. Xue Mengmeng and Enlin's expressions froze at the same time, and their hearts involuntarily began to beat faster. It was as if they had been caught by the main examiner when they were asking for a substitute examiner. Don't be nervous. The Spirit Patriarch gazed at Enlin meaningfully. The fact that Brother Xue was willing to help you with your questions proves that you're extraordinary. This is also a fated opportunity between the two of us. Thus, I'm actually very happy that you're able to accept my inheritance. Upon hearing this, Enlin and Xue Mengmeng both heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The Spirit Maiden was also completely convinced. The Spirit Patriarch's words were exactly the same as Enlin's shameless quibble. As expected, she was wrong, and Lin also developed a good impression of the Spirit Patriarch. This supreme being was quite understanding and reasonable. He didn't have the transcendent aura that other supreme beings had, which made it difficult for them to communicate with others. Instead, he was very down-to-earth and amiable, like a diligent researcher. Even his smile was so simple and unadorned. That's right, my inheritance is divided into 2 types. The first is my research on the divine sense. I dare say that no one on the Tai Chu continent can surpass me in this area. A hint of pride finally appeared on the Spirit Patriarch's face when he talked about the divine sense. The second is the power of the divine sense that I've left here. Once you absorb it, the power of your divine sense will undergo a true transformation. Moreover, you'll be able to peek into the true Tao of the divine sense. And Lin drooled as he listened, and he nodded incessantly. He knew that this was definitely an inheritance that all living beings in the void spirit tribe yearned for even in their dreams. However, I have a presumptuous request, the spirit patriarch continued. And Lin said, "Please speak, Senior." And Lin, you're not a soul cultivator, so you don't really need my knowledge on the divine sense. However, Big Brother Shui is different. Right now, he only has a physical body and consciousness, but he doesn't have a true divine sense. I want to pass this inheritance to the Blood Patriarch so that he can use my knowledge to reconstruct his physical body and divine sense and become a true living being, the Spirit Patriarch said, and Lin was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the Spirit Patriarch would make such a request. Brother Spirit. Schwemmingming's mouth gaped open. He didn't know what expression to make. All right, I agree. And Lin didn't think too much about it, and he immediately agreed. Upon hearing this, the Spirit Maiden, Schwemmingming, and the Spirit Patriarch were all slightly taken aback. They were very surprised that Lin would agree so quickly. Ha ha ha. Big Brother Shui, you've done the right thing. You followed the right person. The Spirit Patriarch seemed to be very happy, and there was a carefree smile on his face. Of course, I followed the right person. And Lin is the most perfect living being I've ever seen in my life. Schwemmingming licked its lips as it spoke. Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to give such an evaluation of a living being. The Spirit Patriarch was a little surprised. He looked deeply at Enlin again, but he didn't see anything special about him. He then pointed a finger at Enlin and said, "Come, accept my power." The inheritance officially began. And Lin could feel an unparalleled soul power surging into his consciousness from his forehead. It was indescribably vast and pure. This soul power was the purest and most powerful soul power in the world. He saw an unprecedented path. His consciousness could also become a Tao. His consciousness could also become a complete life. His consciousness could also become so powerful. And Lin's consciousness trembled violently as it swallowed the power that was surging toward him. Oh, your consciousness is already very powerful to begin with. The Spirit Patriarch's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it's in the midst of a transformation. In fact, it's already completed the transformation. So be it, I'll help you reach a higher level. Boom! And Lin's body shuddered. A semi-transparent clone of Enlin was slapped out by the Spirit Patriarch. Chapter 1746. Enlin had been split into two Enlins, one of which was extremely realistic and lifelike. The other was a semi-transparent blue consciousness that hovered in midair. Both Enlins were dumbstruck. This was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had two bodies at the same time. He was clearly the same person, but he had two completely different visions and senses. And Lin's physical body was still in place, and he had all of his senses and power. However, his consciousness had already left his body. This wasn't a simple manifestation of his divine sense. Instead, his soul had truly left his body and possessed a unique consciousness vision. And Lin's physical body was similar to his normal state, except that he couldn't unleash any consciousness spell techniques. His consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber, and his combat prowess wasn't affected. And Lin's consciousness was in a very peculiar state. He was extremely sensitive to soul power and auras, as well as the auras of living beings. Furthermore, he was floating in midair, as if he had broken free of all shackles and transcended beyond all things. The world around him was also different. It was more vibrant, and Lin's consciousness easily pierced through the cave and flew into the sky to survey this mystic realm. This mystic realm was originally very strange and out of place, but now it was as beautiful as a celestial realm. There was a series of silk-like auras fluttering through the air, as if celestial maidens were dancing in the sky. creating a vibrant and vibrant scene. All types of living beings' consciousnesses shimmered like the most beautiful stars, making Enlin feel as if he had been plunged into a sea of stars. Not only that, but there was one more important thing. Enlin's divine sense body was brimming with power at this moment. Enlin discovered that, in his current state, he could easily crush a void spirit tribe living being's consciousness with the power of his consciousness. It was as if he were the ruler of this entire world. The power that Enlin's consciousness could unleash was extremely fearsome, and it was different from Enlin's physical body. What did this mean? This meant that Enlin could unleash twice as much power as before. In fact, when Enlin's physical body and Enlin's divine soul joined forces, they could even produce an effect that was greater than two. Enlin was extremely excited. The rewards he had reaped this time were far greater than he had imagined. This was a complete metamorphosis of the level of life. His spirit and body were separated, and he could do two things at the same time. This was truly a great metamorphosis. After a round in the sky, Enlin's soul returned to the side of Enlin's physical body, and then carefully fused with it. His brain buzzed for a moment, and Enlin once again became the original Enlin. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with excitement and exhaustion. Clearly, he had experienced a very special cultivation experience. Upon seeing this, the spirit patriarch laughed and said, "It's all right. It's always like this for the first time. Although it feels great, it's also very tiring. In the future, when your divine soul leaves your body, adjust your posture and breathing rhythm. You'll get used to it after a few more times." Enlin benefited greatly from the spirit patriarch's words, and he bowed respectfully again. Junior Enlin thanks the spirit patriarch for bestowing this inheritance upon me. I will definitely remember this great kindness for the rest of my life. All right. The spirit patriarch waved his hand. You don't have to be so courteous with me. Just take good care of the spirit maiden and brother blood in the future. Enlin take care of me? Why would I need him to take care of me? The spirit maiden said angrily. Stop messing around. The inheritance has been completed perfectly, and you're free from now on. The spirit patriarch chuckled. The spirit maiden still needs Enlin to take care of her when she returns to the Tai Chu continent. From now on, you can acknowledge Enlin as your master, or you can acknowledge other living beings as your masters. In any case, take good care of yourself. Master. The spirit maiden's eyes reddened at the thought that the spirit patriarch was about to leave her forever. The spirit patriarch didn't seem to be used to parting ways between life and death. He turned his gaze toward the blood patriarch, and a white glow flickered on his fingertip. Brother Blood, you didn't expect this, did you? In the end, you still have to rely on my knowledge for your rebirth. Shuemengmeng clicked its teeth and humphed coldly. Look at how smug you are. It's still uncertain whether your knowledge will be useful or not. The spirit patriarch smiled and didn't say anything. He flapped his phoenix wings lightly, and his body began to float toward Shuemengmeng. A dazzling white glow burst forth from the spirit patriarch's fingertip, and he tapped it on Shuemengmeng's forehead. Take this. This is all of my knowledge, my everything. Boom! A huge amount of information was enveloped by soul power, and it flowed into Shuemengmeng's body in an extremely domineering manner. Nothing in this world could compare to the radiance of this light in that instant. Enlin and the spirit maiden were both stunned. They were also subdued by the supreme soul power in that instant. The inheritance this time came quickly, and it left just as quickly. Very quickly. The radiance dimmed, and the spirit patriarch's body also became increasingly illusory. Shuemengmeng's expression was a little sluggish, as if it hadn't recovered from the shock of the spirit patriarch's vast amount of knowledge. It was familiar with most of this knowledge. Most of it had been researched together with the spirit patriarch. For some reason, it thought back to the time when the two of them were in the laboratory together. They could argue for days and nights over a single experiment, and they could also be happy for a long time over a single breakthrough. They could drink and chat merrily, and they could also be disappointed for a long time because of a single failure. The time they spent together was always tranquil. There weren't any spectacular experiences, but it was pure and beautiful. It flowed for a long time like water, until it finally became an eternal river and became a part of their lives. Every time it thought back to that time, it couldn't help but smile. How is it? Have you been inspired by my knowledge? The Spirit Patriarch asked with a smile. Xue Mengmeng nodded with a smile. Very much. This is the first time I've felt that you're so reliable. The Spirit Patriarch's body became more and more illusory, and it was almost invisible. His soul power was also like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment and completely disappear from this world. Xue Mengmeng opened its mouth, and it wanted to say some words of gratitude. However, it swallowed the words when they reached its throat. With their relationship, there was no need for such words of gratitude. My dear friend, this is the last thing I can do for you. I hope that you can reforge your physical body and divine soul and obtain a new life. The Spirit Patriarch's voice was as faint as smoke. Xue Mengmeng nodded. Goodbye, my dear friend. Goodbye, the Spirit Patriarch said. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Time seemed to have returned to a long, long time ago. The dragon-headed youth opened his sleepy eyes, and he suddenly discovered that his face had been secretly smeared with blood by the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth still wore a despicable smile on his face. The dragon-headed youth was so angry that he grabbed a bottle of solution and chased after the white-robed youth. The two of them chased each other from the laboratory to the Spirit Realm Mountain. They played and laughed along the way, and they were brimming with youthful energy. It was as if the future still had infinite possibilities. After walking for a lifetime, he suddenly looked back and woke up as a youth. The Spirit Patriarch had disappeared. In other words, he had completely died. Xue Mengmeng walked over to the lifeless corpse that was sitting on the chair. It wanted to put the corpse away, but its hand paused in midair. It suddenly gave up on that idea. Forget it. Let's do it here. It's pretty good, Xue Mengmeng said with a smile. Chapter 1747. Xue Mengmeng returned to Enlin's storage ring. It needed time to digest the Spirit Patriarch's knowledge. Enlin did not disturb it. This Xue Mengmeng was both the blood ancestor and not the blood ancestor at the same time. It kept saying that it was a brand new life, but its karma with the blood ancestor was not clear. As he conversed with the Spirit Patriarch, he put himself in the shoes of the blood patriarch. No one would believe that Xue Mengmeng had nothing to do with the blood ancestor. When Xue Mengmeng reconstructed its physical body and divine soul, perhaps a true blood ancestor would be born. However, Enlin didn't mind. He was confident that no matter what Xue Mengmeng became, Xue Mengmeng would never leave him. Spirit Maiden, let's leave this place, Enlin said. The Spirit Maiden bowed deeply toward the Spirit Patriarch's body. Only then did she float toward the exit with Enlin. What are your plans for the future? Enlin asked again, What's your plan? The Spirit Maiden was momentarily dazed. Only then did she realize that her final mission had been completed. All of the inheritances in this Spirit Patriarch Palace had been taken away by Enlin. In other words, she had lost her job and was officially unemployed. The 4 holy beasts were gone, and the Spirit Patriarch was also gone. All that was left was an empty palace, as well as her, who was likely to spend countless years in solitude. Didn't the Spirit Patriarch tell you that you can return to the Tai Chu continent now? If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can come to our 4-9 Immortal sect. I'm the sect leader. If you want to come to the 4-9 Immortal sect, I can just say the word. And Lin patted his chest. Why would I go there? I don't know anyone. The Spirit Maiden's brows furrowed, and she appeared to be a little dejected. Huh. And Lin slapped the back of the Spirit Maiden's head and said, Don't you recognize me? I'm the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, the most powerful sect in the entire 4-9 Immortal Sect. Isn't it enough for you to have the most powerful backer?" The spirit maiden sneered. "How can someone like you be the sect leader?" "I became the sect master based on my personal charisma." And Lin reached out and pinched the spirit maiden's cheeks. A warm smile appeared on his face as he said, "What do you think? Rent is free, water and electricity are all included. You can move in with your luggage." The spirit maiden looked at Lin's smiling face, and she recalled the warm smile on his face when he had returned her head to her. She then slapped his hand away before a nonchalant smile appeared on her face. "Sure, I want to see what kind of sect would allow someone like you to become their sect leader." Thus, the spirit maiden accepted Lin's invitation. The two of them made their way to the exit of the spirit patriarch palace. All of the void spirit tribe mighty figures who had been spying on the palace from afar immediately scattered in fright at the sight of Lin. The spirit maiden looked at the palace, which was as massive as an ancient beast, and she waved her hand lightly. The palace began to tremor violently before shrinking at an extremely fast rate. In the blink of an eye, the gargantuan spirit patriarch palace had shrunk to the size of a palm and landed in the spirit maiden's hand. "I'll leave this spirit patriarch palace to you. Please take good care of it." The spirit maiden handed the palm-sized spirit patriarch palace to Lin. And Lin was a little surprised to discover that the energy fluctuations emanating from the spirit patriarch palace were comparable to pinnacle divine tools. He accepted the spirit patriarch palace and nodded with a solemn expression. "Don't worry, as long as the palace lives, I live. If the palace dies, I die." The spirit maiden's lips twitched. "You're not serious at all." Her body flashed, and she transformed into a streak of blue light before disappearing into the intricate palace. She was the artifact spirit. As long as the palace lived, she would live. If the palace died, she would die. And Lin naturally knew that the spirit maiden's act of entrusting the palace to him was an act of extreme trust. The 4-9 Immortal Sect has gained another large-scale mystic realm now. I can use it to train the sect disciples' divine sense power. I'm sure the spirit maiden and Bai Ling will have many things in common. And Lin imagined the scene where the two of them would meet, and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. At this moment, on top of a mountain, a few return to void stage mighty figures trembled in fear at the sight of Lin in the distance. Terrifying. And Lin is far too terrifying. He was actually able to take the spirit patriarch palace away and even abduct the artifact spirit of the spirit patriarch palace. What the hell is going on? We have to report this to the emperors as soon as possible. We can't let him leave this place. That's right. If we can kill him, we'll be able to reclaim the spirit patriarch palace. That would be a supreme glory. All the return to void stage mighty figures were extremely excited. "Oh, what are you guys chatting about? Why are you guys so happy?" A mocking voice suddenly sounded from above the heads of the return to void stage mighty figures. They raised their heads and were greeted by the sight of a nightmarish scene. The semi-transparent blue figure of Lin was hovering in the air above them, looking down at them with a hint of a smile on his face. And Lin. It's Lin in his spirit body state. How is this possible? All of the void spirit tribe mighty figures were in their spirit body states. But Lin wasn't a void spirit tribe cultivator, yet he was in his spirit body state. This was simply unimaginable. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Rest in peace. He snapped his fingers, and countless golden soul swords suddenly appeared beside him. The extremely terrifying soul power and bone-chilling sharpness struck all of the return to void stage mighty figures, present with a sense of asphyxiation. These were the holy beast white tigers, golden soul swords, the most powerful divine sense spell technique. Even the Sword Essence Emperor was unable to defend against these soul swords. let alone these return to void stage mighty figures. In an instant, sword projections fell like rain. The blood-curdling cries of the return to void stage mighty figures reverberated throughout heaven and earth, and all of them perished within a few seconds. Soon, Enlin's spirit body floated back into his physical body. Phew, this is the second time I've used my divine sense, and it feels a lot better. Enlin stretched his body as he looked around at the vast heaven and earth around him. It's time to meet up with Xiaolan and the others and get closer to the place where the battle is the most intense. Which direction should I go? He unleashed his peerless divine sense. He wasn't aiming for accuracy. All he wanted was to maximize the range of his divine sense before sensing the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth around him. Soon, Enlin turned toward a certain direction before tearing open a spatial rift and flying toward it. Within the spirit realm's blazing cemetery, at the center of this vast expanse of flames, there was a crystalline skull with black flames emanating boundless flame might. From the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it, it was quite clear that this was a divine rank treasure. A semi-transparent skull with a black divine halo on its head was battling a three-headed dragon mutant beast off to the side. A woman in a blue and pink sailor suit was lying in ambush beside a silver flame tree in the distance. Her purple eyes were wide open as she stared at the intense battle taking place before her with a nervous expression. She seemed to be a little excited, and her slender, jade-like hands were already gripping tightly onto the silver flame tree trunk as her slender body trembled lightly. Found it! I finally found it. The Black Crystal Void Spirit King at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage. One of the murderers who killed my mother. Chapter 1748. Lu Qianhuan would never be able to forget the scene of Qiu Hong being impaled by the Holy Death Spear, and she would never be able to forget her mother's expression as she died with her in her arms. She swore that she would take revenge one day. Now that the human race was in danger, she was afraid that she would never have the chance to take revenge. So when the spiritual realm opened this time, she sneaked into the spiritual realm. Even though I'm only at the return to void intermediate stage, my ancient sword Dao physique, coupled with my peerless sword Dao true intent, should be able to land the killing blow on a black crystal void spirit king. Lu Qianhuan's eyes flashed like lightning, and she no longer held her six-feathered staff in her hand. Instead, she held a sword. This sword was releasing waves of cold air, and a terrifying sharpness was waiting to be unleashed. The battle between the three-headed dragon and the Black Crystal Soul King had already reached its climax. The shock waves from their battle shook the earth and shook the mountains. Everything within a radius of 50 kilometers had been transformed into a barren land. The Black Crystal Soul King released its ghostly mist, which even suppressed the boundless raging flames of the blazing cemetery. The soul power of the three-headed dragon surged as it tore apart the ghostly mist and pounced toward the Black Crystal Soul King in a frenzy. The three dragon mouths simultaneously spat out terrifying breaths, severely injuring the Black Crystal Soul King and forcing it to retreat. When Lu Qianhuan saw this, she almost couldn't help but rush out. She was afraid that the Black Crystal Spirit Soul would die not by her hands, but by the three-headed dragon mutant beast instead. Timing was important as well. If the timing wasn't right, the three-headed dragon beast would steal the kill. In the next instant, however, the Black Crystal Soul King condensed a long spear made of pitch-black vines. It ferociously hurled the spear forward, piercing through one of the three-headed dragon's heads. The three-headed dragon screamed in pain. Lu Qianhuan's heart jolted. This was the Holy Death Spear that had killed her mother. The Saint Death Spear was made from the ancient hell vines that grew in the Yellow Springs Divine Mountain, where the Death Qi was the thickest. It contained a trace of the power of law. Once it was thrown out, any enemy with a lower realm than the thrower would definitely be hit and die. The cultivation base of the three-headed dragon and the Black Crystal Soul King were obviously on par with each other. Thus, the Holy Death Spear was unable to instantly kill the three-headed dragon. Both sides were still fighting to the death, all for the sake of that god-tier item. But in this battle, there would come a time when the victor would be decided. In the end, all three heads of the three-headed dragon were blasted apart by the Black Crystal Soul King's sacred death spear. The Black Crystal Soul King had obtained the final victory. Now the underworld god skeleton is mine. With the dark god skeleton in my possession, I'm much more confident in my chances of advancing to the Tao integration stage. A smile appeared on the Black Crystal Soul King's face. Its spirit body was already riddled with cracks from the three-headed dragon's attack, but it still held the holy spear in its hand and sliced the three-headed dragon's body into several dozen pieces before slowly placing them into its storage ring. Behind the silver fire tree, Lu Qianhuan stepped forward. She gripped her scabbard tightly in one hand and pressed her other hand against the hilt of her sword. Her aura was still extremely restrained. The Black Crystal Soul Spirit was extremely weak right now, but it wasn't time for her to attack yet. A black shadow suddenly appeared from afar. With an extremely terrifying speed, it flew towards the flaming skull in the center of the blazing cemetery. You want to reap the benefits? Dream on. The Black Crystal Soul King roared with laughter as it hurled the Holy Death Spear in its hand. The commotion caused by the battle was so great that it was already prepared to be coveted by other powerhouses. Now, a return to void stage mighty figure was trying to take advantage of the situation. In that case, sorry, but this return to void stage mighty figure was the chicken that the Black Crystal Spirit King had killed to warn the rest. The Holy Death Spear pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the return to void stage mighty figure that was trying to take advantage of the situation. A wail of anguish reverberated through heaven and earth. A void spirit tribe mighty figure that looked like a tiger struggled on the ground as the Holy Death Spear rapidly devoured its aura. Without a doubt, this mighty figure was dead for sure. Now's the time. Lu Qianhuan was like an attacking leopard. She stamped her foot on the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. A blue halo of light expanded outwards. The power of extreme frost contained within it instantly dispersed all the flames in the blazing cemetery. Even the ground that was covered in lava was covered in a layer of frost. Snow swirled through the air as frost and ice filled the sky. Lu Qianhuan's sword Tao domain had already enveloped the Black Crystal Soul Spirit. The Black Crystal Soul Spirit's expression changed drastically as it sensed an extremely terrifying sword intent. It was just about to make a move when it discovered that all of its movements had become extremely slow after entering the opponent's sword Tao domain. Lu Qianhuan moved like a bolt of lightning. She flashed toward the Soul Spirit, and a bright blue sword intent soared into the sky. The great ice sword was unsheathed. This was the sword that her mother, Qiu Hong, had forged for her. It was able to regulate the overly powerful and chaotic aura of her ancient sword Tao physique. For this sword, Qiu Hong had paid the price of her life. Lu Qianhuan had a love-hate relationship with this sword. This was also why she had chosen to become a young sorceress despite possessing a heaven-defying aptitude in the Tao of the sword. She had never been able to overcome this hurdle in her heart. When the great ice sword had first been forged, it had been an immortal sword. Now, however, it had already been nurtured into a peerless divine sword. Moreover, it was a divine sword that was most compatible with her sword Tao. In its haste, the Black Crystal Soul Spirit only had time to unleash its divine, Tao black, mist to protect its body. However, that dazzling sword projection stole the color of heaven and earth and cleanly sliced through the black mist it had condensed. Lu Qianhuan was already at the return to void intermediate stage. Now that she had activated her ancient sword Tao physique, her power had risen to the return to void pinnacle stage. Coupled with her peerless sword Tao and divine sword, Even the black crystal soul spirit at its peak would find it difficult to block this sword strike, let alone the black crystal soul spirit in its weakened state. The great ice sword tore through the black mist divine Tao and landed on the black crystal soul spirit's extremely sturdy spirit body skull. A sharp tearing sound and a wail of anguish erupted. After the skull was sliced open, the divine sword continued to slice the black crystal soul spirit's body into two. Lu Qianhuan sheathed her sword lightly. A bone-chilling aura emanated from her graceful figure, making her appear like a celestial maiden. The enemy who had once caused her to feel despair had now been sliced into two halves and collapsed to the ground. You're Lu Qianhuan. The black crystal soul spirit's lips twitched as it spoke with great difficulty. You're here for revenge. So you still remember what you've done in the past. Lu Qianhuan smiled, but her eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. There was a bitter expression on the black crystal soul spirit's face. How could it forget what it had done in the past? Because of that incident, it hadn't dared to step out of the void spirit realm for a very long time. Who would have thought that it would be killed in the spirit realm? Lu Qianhuan made a grabbing motion toward the void in the distance. The Holy Death Spear trembled slightly before flying from the void spirit tribe supreme being's corpse into her hand. Then she refined it in an extremely violent manner. You used this Holy Death Spear to kill my mother. Now, I'll let you have a taste of this Holy Death Spear. After saying this, she suddenly stabbed the spear into the black crystal soul spirit's body. The black crystal soul spirit let out a wail of anguish. However, a sinister smile appeared on its face. Ha ha ha. The Holy Death Spear can only insta-kill enemies whose cultivation bases are lower than its wielders. However, my cultivation base is higher than yours. Lu Qianhuan's expression was cold and detached. That's perfect. I don't want you to die too quickly either. I'll stab you a few more times so that you can experience the feeling of death a few more times. That's even better. The black crystal soul spirit's expression faltered, and an expression of shock and terror appeared on its face. At this moment, the Holy Death Spear was pulled out again before stabbing into its body again. The black crystal soul spirit's anguished wails reverberated through the world of ice and snow. Lu Qianhuan was expressionless as she pulled out the Holy Death Spear once again before stabbing it into its body again. Anguished wails reverberated throughout the blazing cemetery. The Holy Death Spear stabbed into the black crystal soul spirit's body over and over again. In the end, the mighty black crystal soul spirit was stabbed to death by Lu Qianhuan's Holy Death Spear. The female gripped the vine spear tightly as she looked up into the sky. It was as if she could pierce through time and see that gentle face. Mother, I've avenged you, she said softly. Chapter 1749. Lu Qianhuan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders as she stared at the lifeless black crystal soul spirit. However, her path of vengeance wasn't over yet. She still had an even more powerful enemy, the Infernal Abyss Emperor. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was already a super mighty figure of the Tao integration stage. For a return to Void Stage Sword Immortal to kill, such an existence would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lu Qianhuan was different. She was a peerless sword embryo, and her transcendental sword techniques could elevate her combat prowess drastically. That, coupled with her ancient sword Tao physique, allowed her to surpass that invisible chasm. As long as the timing is right, it won't be a difficult task to harvest a bunch of enemies. Lu Qianhuan exhaled lightly as if she was trying to cheer herself up. And Lin is only at the return to void stage, but he can already kill super mighty figures at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. I don't have cheats like him, but it's not too much for a return to void stage cultivator to kill a Tao integration initial stage cultivator, right? She shook her head and turned her gaze towards the center of the blazing cemetery. There was also a deity-grade item, the underworld god skeleton. This was a supreme treasure that two returned to void final stage mighty figures were willing to risk their lives in order to obtain. Although her goal was revenge, how could she not pick up a treasure that had fallen to the ground? Lu Qianhuan stowed the holy death spear into her storage ring before making her way toward the dark god skeleton. She knew that there were still a few pairs of eyes peeking at her, eager to make a move, but they didn't dare to show their faces. Her stunning sword strike, which had sliced the black crystal soul spirit into two, had already intimidated the surrounding hidden demons. Thus, Lu Qianhuan stowed the dark god skeleton into her storage ring without any obstructions. Just as she was about to leave, her pretty face suddenly changed, and the sharp and terrifying aura around her instantly retracted. She stretched out her hand and directly tore space apart, wanting to escape. Ha ha ha! I heard from the Swamp Void Spirit King that there's a divine rank treasure here. Where did it go? A hearty laugh rang out from afar, and the space within a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly sealed, making it impossible for the almighty beings to use spatial power. The might of a Tao integration stage being swept forth from extremely far away, striking fear into the hearts of all living beings present. Lu Qianhuan's heart skipped a beat as an expression of rage appeared on her face. Some mighty figures didn't dare to attack her, but they sold the information to other super mighty figures? What a good way to divert the conflict. Not only did he avoid the danger, he also sold a favor. He was really cheap. Lu Qianhuan was unable to use her spatial ability to escape, so she could only fly into the distance on her sword. Her flying speed was extremely fast, like a blue bolt of lightning. In just one breath, she had flown dozens of miles away. In 6 breaths, she would be able to escape from the sealed space. However, the super almighty behind him was clearly much faster. It soon appeared in Lu Qianhuan's field of vision. The blood-red skeleton had a particularly large head, and it was holding a crimson, sharp scythe in its hand. It had a mocking smile on its face, as if it was a cat playing with a mouse. Isn't that the Sword Pavilion Lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, Lu Qianhuan? What a rare guest. You've actually come to the spirit realm. I've never eaten a Sword Immortal's divine soul with such a good aptitude. I'm in luck now, the blood-red skeleton said with an unruly and sinister smile. Lu Qianhuan's face was deathly pale as she fled into the distance with all her might. It was the god-engulfing skeleton at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. What kind of luck was this? The spirit realm was so vast, so why did she have to encounter one of the most powerful beings in the Void Spirit Tribe? Was her luck that bad? Or could it be that she had already used up all her luck when she encountered the Black Crystal Void Spirit King? Was she really that unlucky now? So it's Lu Qianhuan. You were the one who killed the Black Crystal Void Spirit King just then, right? A sinister voice sounded from behind her. Lu Qianhuan saw a figure that infuriated her. It was the Infernal Abyss Emperor. He was one of the 2 enemies who had killed her mother, and he was also her last enemy. She had initially wanted to wait for the Infernal Abyss Emperor to battle the other powerful beings before taking revenge. However, never would she have thought that the Infernal Abyss Emperor would appear before her unscathed. Moreover, he had an ally at the Tao integration pinnacle stage with him. Sure enough, things wouldn't develop according to her expectations. One misstep, and she would be consigned to eternal damnation. The god-engulfing skeleton chuckled. Infernal Abyss, I've heard about you guys. Qiu Hong was killed by you, right? Does this mean that Lu Qianhuan is here for revenge? The 2-headed Infernal Abyss Emperor nodded. A disdainful smile appeared on its face. That be *TCH. Qiu Hong barged into the Void Spirit Realm. Who would have thought that her daughter would also be the same? She actually barged into the spirit realm. Since we've encountered each other, don't blame me for being cruel and merciless. I'll send her to meet her mother. The two-headed monster spread open its arms and looked at the frantically fleeing Lu Qianhuan with a mocking expression. "Come on, I'll give you a chance to avenge your mother. Come and stab me." Lu Qianhuan gritted her teeth, and her body trembled with rage. However, she still continued to flee into the distance. "Ha! Infernal Abyss, aren't you just bullying me? You've already reached the Tao integration stage. Even if you stand here and let her attack you, she might not be able to harm you." The god engulfing skeleton chortled. The Infernal Abyss Emperor also chortled. The two Tao integration stage super mighty figures were closing in on Lu Qianhuan. A sinister expression appeared on the Infernal Abyss Emperor's face. "I killed Qiu Hong. Now, leave Lu Qianhuan to me as well. Both mother and daughter should be killed by me." The god engulfing skeleton nodded. It had no objections. "That divine rank item belongs to me." "No problem," the Infernal Abyss Emperor replied. "I want her corpse. I can use it to refine a soul corpse." The battle hadn't even begun, but the two super mighty figures were already discussing how to split the spoils of war. In the eyes of Tao integration stage, super mighty figures returned to void stage mighty figures who had yet to attain the divine Tao were merely slightly larger ants. They weren't worthy of their attention. The Infernal Abyss Emperor transformed into a sinister black monster, and countless tentacles shot toward the female flying on her sword like venomous snakes. "Lu Qianhuan, the person who killed your mother, is here," the Infernal Abyss Emperor taunted. Just as the Infernal Abyss Emperor was laughing loudly, an indescribable chill suddenly enveloped its entire body. Whoosh! An astonishing sword intent erupted from Lu Qianhuan's great ice sword. Like a graceful swan, she turned at an incredible speed and rapidly closed in on the Infernal Abyss Emperor. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was given a huge fright. Countless tentacles still pounced toward Lu Qianhuan. However, their speed was actually slowed down by the extreme chill of the sword Tao. Lu Qianhuan advanced courageously, dodging the countless tentacles. At the same time, the divine sword in her hand also slashed down. Amidst the snow-white sharp frost, it seemed as if the sword was reflecting a dazzling light. This was the final killing technique that Lu Qianhuan had prepared for the Infernal Abyss Emperor. It was also her most powerful attack, falling clouds of snow. An indescribable sword projection split heaven and earth. The snow-white blade of the sword was tinged with a peculiar color. It was as gorgeous as the first glow of dawn after a snowstorm. The Infernal Abyss Emperor didn't even have time to dodge. The extreme sharpness of the sword had already torn its body apart. Then it was frozen solid. A wail of anguish reverberated through the air. A female wielding a divine sword flew toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor. Boundless flames of rage burned in her purple eyes. "Didn't you tell me to slash you? I'll kill you right now." Chapter 1750. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was almost sliced in half by Lu Qianhuan's sword strike. A terrifying frost power spread from the massive gash, threatening to freeze its entire body. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was shocked, but it also felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation when it heard Lu Qianhuan threaten to kill it. As a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, it was extremely humiliating for it to be severely wounded by a return to void stage Cultivator. At this moment, Lu Qianhuan had already charged toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor again. Her terrifying sword intent and astonishing killing intent fused together, causing her sword to explode with even more terrifying might. What the hell? How can a return to void stage Cultivator unleash such a powerful sword technique? The Infernal Abyss Emperor's expression changed drastically. It wanted to retaliate and kill his opponent, but it discovered that its body was being corroded by the frost power, and its movements were extremely slow. There was no way it could block Lu Qianhuan's second sword strike. Lu Qianhuan's attacks were as quick as lightning. She didn't give the Infernal Abyss Emperor any time to react, and she unleashed her second killing technique. She had originally planned to use these killing techniques when the Infernal Abyss Emperor was severely wounded. However, she clearly had no other choice now. She could only hope that the Infernal Abyss Emperor was weaker than she had imagined, so that she could kill her last enemy before she died. Lu Qianhuan knew that with the god engulfing skeleton around, she wouldn't be able to leave the spirit realm alive. Thus, she had to give it her all to kill her enemy. At this moment, she activated her ancient sword Dao physique to the extreme. Her blood essence was also ignited to the extreme. In contrast to this, she possessed supreme combat prowess that was far superior to her own. Die! Lu Qianhuan roared. At this moment, she was like a peerless sword immortal wielding a divine sword. She unleashed the most stunning sword strike of her life. At this moment, a sword intent pierced through the heavens. Her sword Dao domain spread throughout heaven and earth. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, snow drifted down. The void was eternally frozen. Lu Qianhuan was going to kill the Infernal Abyss Emperor with this sword strike. A look of fear appeared on the Infernal Abyss Emperor's face. It sensed a lethal threat from Lu Qianhuan's sword strike. This return to Void Stage, Cultivator really wanted to kill it. Moreover, she had the ability to do so. Lu Qianhuan wielded her great ice sword and slashed it down furiously toward the Infernal Abyss Emperor. The Infernal Abyss Emperor hurriedly used its tentacles to block the attack. However, its tentacles, which was extremely rich in soul power, were instantly pulverized by the sword might. Lu Qianhuan had poured everything into this sword strike, and its power was already comparable to that of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. The divine sword whistled through the air, and it was about to tear the Infernal Abyss Emperor's body into pieces. Right at this moment, a blood-red scythe suddenly appeared in front of the Infernal Abyss Emperor. The god engulfing skeleton had teleported here. The blood-red scythe collided with the extremely sharp sword slash. The space within a radius of 100 miles trembled, and then the energy of the collision exploded. At the center of the collision between the two god artifacts, there seemed to be red and blue balls of light fighting each other madly. The dispersed sword Qi tore the ground to pieces, and the bloodthirsty red light dyed the sky red. Living beings who didn't know better would think that this was a battle between two Dao integration stage super mighty figures. The god engulfing skeleton was forced back several hundred meters by the terrifying sword intent. However, at the same time, Lu Qianhuan also spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back in retreat. I'm already at the Dao integration pinnacle stage. Who would have thought that I would be forced back by a return to Void Intermediate Stage Junior? There was a look of astonishment on the god engulfing skeleton's face. Although it wasn't injured, the might of this sword strike had far exceeded its expectations. The Infernal Abyss Emperor was also feeling a lingering fear. If this sword strike had landed on its body, even if it didn't die, it would at least be severely wounded. However, Lu Qianhuan is still too impatient. With such aptitude, if her cultivation base could reach a higher level, her chances of successfully exacting her revenge would be much greater. The god engulfing skeleton had already stopped underestimating Lu Qianhuan. It's a pity that she's fallen by my hands now. Ha ha ha. I'm most excited to personally slay a peerless sword cultivator. As it spoke, the god engulfing skeleton slashed its scythe again. A sharp light flashed through the sky, and it was as if the heavens had been sliced in half by this slash. Lu Qianhuan, who was almost completely drained of energy, raised her sword to defend herself. However, the boundless divine might emanating from the blood-red scythe slashed her into the ground, creating a massive crater. I was so close. Why did things turn out like this? Tears welled up in her eyes as she lay on the crater. There was an expression of indignation on her face. if the God-engulfing skeleton hadn't interfered. She could have taken advantage of the fact that the infernal abyss emperor had underestimated her and killed it. However, the heavens still played a joke on her. She was clearly the one with a lower cultivation base than her, and she was clearly the one who was at an absolute disadvantage. However, it turned out that there was an extremely terrifying being behind her, and this being was going to intervene for her. This was truly a joke of fate. Lu Qianhuan gripped her great ice divine sword tightly. Her slender, snow-white legs were bent, and her body was curled into a ball. Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth, and her pinkish-blue sailor uniform had already been sliced open in the middle. Fresh blood dyed her clothes red. It was already extremely difficult for her to even stand up again. Was she going to die here in the end? She wasn't afraid of death. She was merely regretful that she hadn't been able to completely avenge her mother. "Let me kill this B*TCH," the infernal abyss emperor said with a cold smile. "She dared to injure me. I'm going to extract her consciousness and make her suffer the most terrifying torture. Then I'll slowly torture her to death." Its body, which had been sliced open by the great ice divine sword, had already healed. However, its surface was still covered in a layer of frost. Countless sinister-looking, pitch-black tentacles transformed into sharp swords, sabers, and spears. All of them aimed their sharp tips at the woman on the ground, who couldn't even move her body. This technique of mine doesn't harm the physical body. It will only torture and kill the consciousness. After all, I still need to refine your body into a soul corpse. Now, I'll let you taste extreme pain. A pitch-black blade descended from the sky and slashed toward the woman, who was curled up into a ball on the ground. Lu Qianhuan's heart was filled with bitterness as she looked at the pitch-black blade descending from the sky. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She was indignant, but it also transformed into melancholy and an attachment to this world. Right at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of her. He stood there silently, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, the entire space around them fell silent. Faced with the terrifying blade, the man lightly waved his sword. A white sword projection instantly shattered all of the soul power attacks. Even the powerful infernal abyss emperor was sent flying, wailing in agony. "Let's see who dares to touch Huan Huan." The man's magnetic voice traveled over. Just like that, he stood in front of the woman. He was as still as a pine tree, and he held a long sword in his hand as he faced the two Tao integration stage super mighty figures in the distance. Lu Qianhuan stared at the familiar figure, and her entire body was rooted to the spot. She was in slight disbelief, but her eyes had already turned red. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. However, the words were stuck in her throat. In the end, however, she still managed to utter the word that she hadn't said for many years. "Father." Chapter 1751. The newcomer was Lu Qianhuan's father, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Mingxian. Lu Qianhuan didn't think that her father would appear before her at a time like this. However, she already knew why her father was here the moment he appeared. Both of them had the same goal in mind. They were both here for revenge. "How? Lu Mingxian, I didn't think that a sect leader like you would dare to venture into the spirit realm." A hint of wariness appeared on the infernal abyss emperor's face. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this perfect? He's just a Tao integration, intermediate stage, sword immortal. Why should I be afraid of him? Now that both father and daughter are here, I'll take them all down in one fell swoop." A cruel smile appeared on the god-engulfing skeleton's face as it wielded its crimson scythe. As one of the most powerful beings in the void spirit realm, the god-engulfing skeleton naturally had the right to look down on Lu Mingxian. It wouldn't be afraid even if there were two Lu Mingxian, let alone one. Lu Mingxian pulled out a pill from his storage ring. As soon as the pill appeared, a green divine light surged through the air, and all living things came to life. Grass and flowers instantly sprouted from the devastated ground, and the extremely rich divine power fluctuations made all of the living beings present shudder with emotion. Without a doubt, this was a priceless godly Dan. Lu Mingxian stuffed the divine pill into Lu Qianhuan's mouth without hesitation. I don't. Lu Qianhuan wanted to refuse, but Lu Mingxian still forced the pill into her mouth. A vast divine power and healing ability healed Lu Qianhuan's injuries at an extremely terrifying speed and allowed her to quickly recover her strength. You shouldn't have come here. Lu Mingxian sighed. Why shouldn't I? If I don't avenge my mother now, I might never have the chance again. Lu Qianhuan yelled with bloodshot eyes. I'll avenge Qiuhong. Get out of here, Lu Mingxian said. Lu Qianhuan's expression faltered as she looked at the man standing before her. You want to escape? None of you can leave. The god-engulfing skeleton pounced toward Lu Mingxian with its crimson scythe. An earth-shattering sword intent erupted from Lu Mingxian's body, and it was as if a divine sword had pierced through the clouds. The earth within a radius of 50 kilometers was instantly pulverized by the sword intent. He held an ancient sword that emitted a dazzling golden light and swung it at the sky. Countless golden sword cheese soared into the sky, slicing the void along the way into pieces of dislocated space. The sword cheese were like dragons and seas, extremely spectacular and dazzling, the golden color illuminating the entire sky. Each and every one of his sword projections was imbued with the essential aura of the sword Tao and could easily pierce through the defenses of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The god-engulfing skeleton was just about to use its scythe to slice through the sword intent. Lu Mingxian suddenly flipped his ancient sword. Change formation. The golden sword intent that was surging with killing intent a moment ago suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful sealing light, which transformed into countless golden shards that enshrouded the god-engulfing skeleton. What? The god-engulfing skeleton's expression shifted drastically, and its body faltered in that instant. It had been bound by the countless web-like threads unleashed by the golden shard. A boundless might of the sword Tao erupted forth, transforming into the crushing weight of a divine mountain that made even its bones creak and groan. Lu Mingxian turned toward Lu Qianhuan. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Lu Qianhuan crawled up from the ground. The power of the divine pill was still surging within her body. Not only had she recovered from most of her injuries, but she was also brimming with energy. There was a complex expression on her face as she looked at the male who was trying his best to block her path. I won't leave. If I leave, you'll still die. Lu Qianhuan slowly drew her sword and raised her head to look at the god-engulfing skeleton, who was trapped by the golden shard. She once again expended the power of her ancient sword Tao physique without any regard for the price she had to pay. At this moment, a black figure approached from afar. Countless tentacles transformed into countless fearsome black divine weapons that slashed toward Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian, I'm going to kill you. The infernal abyss emperor cackled arrogantly. Lu Mingxian, who was currently trying his best to trap the god-engulfing skeleton, had no way of defending himself against another Tao integration stage super mighty figure's sneak attack. When he entered the range of the infernal abyss emperor's attack, a familiar spatial freeze suddenly enshrouded his entire body. All of the infernal abyss emperor's movements became extremely slow. How dare you? You're actually not running away. It had suffered a setback once before, so it knew how to deal with Lu Qianhuan's strange abilities. It instantly materialized a high-density black sword blade in front of it and slashed forward. The combination of speed, density, and power was the key to breaking through Lu Qianhuan's sword Tao domain. The pitch-black sword blade screeched as it tore through the space that had been frozen by the extreme cold. The great ice divine sword and the pitch-black sword blade collided in this instant. Boom! The void trembled and energy exploded. The frenzied sword intent pulverized the earth within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The infernal Abyss Emperor was blasted back by the sword intent, and the black sword blade was covered with cracks. Lu Qianhuan retreated lightly and steadied herself after dispersing the force of the impact. A peculiar flush appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks, perhaps due to the effects of the divine pill. Then, she didn't even need to catch her breath before she continued to charge toward the infernal Abyss Emperor. The infernal Abyss Emperor was enraged. It hurriedly defended itself against Lu Qianhuan's relentless attacks. It discovered that Lu Qianhuan's body was surging with energy after taking the pill. Her battle prowess was even faintly superior to its own. Damn it, I'm actually being suppressed by a return to Void Stage, Sword Cultivator. The infernal Abyss Emperor was extremely aggrieved. Not only am I going to suppress you, but I'm also going to kill you. Killing intent surged from Lu Qianhuan's body as her sword intent roared. The division of labor was very clear now. Lu Mingxian was responsible for delaying the god engulfing skeleton, while Lu Qianhuan was responsible for killing the infernal Abyss Emperor. If Lu Mingxian were to do these two things at the same time, then not only would he not be able to exact his revenge, but he would also lose his life here. This was also the reason why Lu Qianhuan had chosen to stay behind. Lu Mingxian was also slightly dazed when he saw that Lu Qianhuan was actually able to suppress the infernal Abyss Emperor. He really didn't realize that his daughter had actually grown to this extent in the past 100 years. 100 years wasn't a long time for Dao integration stage super mighty figures. However, Lu Qianhuan's growth in 100 years was already far beyond Lu Mingxuan's expectations. A loud explosion sounded in the air. A dark red sword projection shattered the golden shards. The god engulfing skeleton appeared in the sky again. Lu Mingxian, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. It tossed its divine scythe high into the sky. The power of death surged violently and dyed the sky red. Two dark red rivers crisscrossed in the sky, extending into infinity and beyond. Lu Mingxian was standing at the center of the crisscrossed rivers. Lu Mingxian looked up from the ground. He could see countless living beings dying within the dark red rivers. Countless living beings were wailing in anguish. Billions of dense death auras and killing intent were sufficient to strip away the vitality of all living beings before corroding and engulfing them. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, all living beings stiffened as their vitality was severed. Countless plants withered and shriveled, and some were even reduced to dust. All of this was because of the two dark red rivers in the sky. I'll destroy you with this technique. The god engulfing skeleton spoke indifferently. It extended its skeletal hand and pressed downward. Its voice was like a demonic voice from hell. Star engulfing, heavenly river of death. Chapter 1752. Two intertwining rivers descended from the sky. Dark, red divine Tao light blanketed the entire sky. Boundless killing intent and death intent seemed to be able to engulf the entire world. Lu Mingxian had already been targeted by the river. No matter where he fled to, the river would be able to engulf him. This was a heavenly river that could engulf stars, so how could an ant like him escape? Countless golden divine patterns appeared on the surface of Lu Mingxuan's ancient sword. Each and every golden divine pattern represented a sword Dao that had been cultivated to the extreme. He had already explored the limits of the sword in countless directions. All of the sword Dao turned into a torrential true intent of the sword Dao. It was like a boundless river that was attached to the ancient sword. It was even more majestic than the death galaxy in the sky. An unimaginably sharp light began to radiate from the ancient sword. The sword Cultivator, who was standing quietly on the spot, did not say a word and just lifted the ancient sword. The golden sword rose into the sky, and it wasn't very large in the beginning. However, The higher it rose, the larger it became. Over 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet. The God-engulfing skeleton could sense a sharp light that struck fear into its heart. The dark, red, heavenly river of death clashed violently with the golden sword projection. The heavenly river was like a ravenous demon, biting and devouring the golden sword projection in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the golden sword projection was so pure and profound that it seemed to be able to transcend all things. The clash between the two was initially evenly matched. However, in the end, the golden sword projection broke through the heavenly river of death and sliced it in half down the middle. The God-engulfing skeleton's expression shifted drastically. It was just about to do something when the golden sword projection had already pierced through space and instantly struck its body. Its Tao body was shattered, and it was pushed back several dozen kilometers. PFFF. Lu Mingxuan's body swayed slightly as he threw up a mouthful of blood. This attack had expended a vast amount of his blood essence. He didn't even have a chance to catch his breath before the red clouds descended upon him again. As expected of the Heavenly Sword Sect, as expected of the #1 sect in the Kingdom of the 9 States. Sect leader Lu, you're very impressive. To think that you were able to wound me. The God-engulfing skeleton flew toward him again. The bones on its chest had been shattered, and there was an extremely thick sword gash on its chest from which golden sword projection wreaked havoc. However, in order to resist my death galaxy, you must have used up all of your strength in that previous attack, right? Ha ha ha, how stupid. If you abandon that foolish woman, you can escape from here with your strength. But you insisted on staying and fighting to the death with me. Your daughter won't be able to escape, and you're going to die here as well. A mocking smile appeared on the God-engulfing skeleton's face. As a Tao integration stage, sword cultivator, Lu Mingxian unleashed his full power in an instant. Even the God-engulfing skeleton wouldn't be able to block him. However, that didn't matter. After all, the God-engulfing skeleton's skin was extremely thick. If you couldn't insta-kill it, then you were going to die. Next, how should I torture you? A Tao integration stage, sword immortal. I've never killed such an interesting enemy before. The crimson skeleton grinned. It swung its scythe through the air. Lu Mingxian hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. The crimson blade suddenly appeared and stabbed toward his chest, but it was blocked by the ancient sword just in time. As the flames burst forth, his body was pushed back by the terrifying force. A dark light flashed across the God-engulfing skeleton scythe. Life reaping. Screech, blood splattered through the air. A black scythe-like blade suddenly appeared behind Lu Mingxian and pierced through his chest. Blood quickly spread and dyed his white robe red. The sharp blades began to extend, and like a dark and sharp spiderweb, they tore through the flesh on Lu Mingxuan's chest. When they completely extended to his entire body, they would be able to pulverize his body into pieces of minced meat. Enjoy the beautiful process of life gradually fading away. A sinister smile appeared on the God-engulfing skeleton's face. Regardless of whether it's in the void spirit realm or the spirit realm, I'm a god. Anyone who dares to oppose me must die. Lu Qianhuan slashed the infernal abyss emperor aside and turned to look the male who had been pierced by the black scythe. Her heart trembled violently, and an expression of incredulity appeared on her face. The man who had always been indomitable and invincible in her heart was now quickly fading away. His entire white robe was dyed red with blood. Lu Mingxian was also silently looking at the female in the distance. It was as if he was looking at her one last time. The female's face was reflected in his exhausted eyes, and it was as if his gaze had pierced through time and space and overlapped with another woman. I'm already useless. I've already lost Qiuhong. I can't stand by and watch you die here. Lu Mingxian smiled as he pulled out a translucent small sword from his storage ring. There were complex crimson patterns on the surface of the sword, and it pulsed with astonishing energy, fluctuations. He murmured in a low voice, "I use my blood essence, my primordial spirit, my power, and all of my sword Tao true intent to nourish this sword." The fluctuations emanating from the small sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. Lu Qianhuan's expression changed drastically, as if she had detected something. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes as she shook her head repeatedly. "No, don't do this!" Lu Mingxuan's aura quickly weakened, and the translucent small sword in his hand became extremely red. There was even a layer of golden light on its surface. Lu Qianhuan knew that this was her father's blood essence and final sword Tao true intent. "Forgive me, Huan Huan. You have to live on," the man said with a resolute expression, and the small sword in his hand also shot out at this moment. The small sword pierced through Lu Qianhuan's body. However, it released an extremely powerful sword projection that carried Lu Qianhuan into the distance at an incredible speed. "Haha, you want to escape? Dream on." The infernal abyss emperor blocked Lu Qianhuan's path of escape. Countless black blades materialized around it. However, before it could even attack, the small sword had already closed in on its body. The golden blade projection tore through the infernal abyss emperor's body and sliced it in half. "Ah!" The infernal abyss emperor wailed in anguish. "Idiot!" The god-engulfing skeleton glanced at the infernal abyss emperor. This small sword appeared to be very reserved, but it contained the final sword intent of Lu Mingxian. How could a super mighty being of the Tao integration initial stage, like the infernal abyss emperor, possibly block it? Even the god-engulfing skeleton didn't dare to take the risk. The flying sword carried Lu Qianhuan away from the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. "Father!" She stared at the figure that was getting further and further away from her. She could no longer see his face, and she would never be able to see him again. Tears finally flowed out of her eyes, and she began to bawl loudly. She disliked her father very much. Ever since her mother had died to forge a sword for her, there had been a deep estrangement between her and her father. This estrangement became even more estranged when her father found a new lover. Over the past 100 years, there had been very little communication between them. However, at this moment, this person whom she detested the most had sacrificed his own life for her. All of this was exactly the same as when her mother had sacrificed herself for her 100 years ago. Why did it have to be like this? Lu Qianhuan's eyes were red from crying. "I clearly detest you so much, and I've already distanced myself from you so much. Why did you still sacrifice your own life to save me?" No one answered her. The only reply she received was the howling of the bone-chilling wind. On the wreckage of the battlefield, Lu Mingxian had already lost all power to resist. His aura was extremely weak, but his body was still as straight as a sword. It was as if nothing could bend him. He Sect leader Lu is truly a loyal person. Your daughter has been saved by you, so you can rest in peace now. The god-engulfing skeleton chuckled. It swooped down with its crimson scythe, preparing to complete the final harvest. Chapter 1753. Frosty winds howled. A vast killing intent crashed down from the sky. Lu Mingxian gripped his sword tightly as he looked at the oncoming god-engulfing skeleton. Even though he couldn't block the god-engulfing skeleton's attack, he was still going to unleash the final strike of his life. "I, Lu Mingxian, will die here today, not because of you, but because... Ah!" Lu Mingxian suddenly let loose a cry of shock and horror. His waist was grabbed by a person, and his body was abruptly dragged toward another direction. The blood-red scythe fell completely, splitting the earth into two halves. Lu Mingxian saw a man with a handsome face and a pair of deep, piercing eyes. This man was also dressed in a white robe, and he bore a strong resemblance to Lu Mingxian, but he had a different kind of vitality to him. He was a little dazed and incredulous. You are. Cut the crap. If it weren't for Lu Qianhuan, I wouldn't even bother to save you. The handsome man spoke with a resigned expression. This man was none other than Enlin, who had unleashed his divine sense and followed the battle to this location. He had initially wanted to kill Lu Mingxian, but he didn't think that he would witness such a terrifying scene. The god engulfing skeleton wanted to kill Lu Mingxian? Even though he didn't like Lu Mingxian, Lu Qianhuan would be very sad if Lu Mingxian died, right? Furthermore, Lu Mingxian was one of the main forces of the Kingdom of the Nine States against the heavenly human tribe. They couldn't afford to lose him, and Lin didn't hesitate and immediately began to rescue Lu Mingxian. And Lin fled for over 50 kilometers with a man in his arms before releasing Lu Mingxian with a disdainful expression. His storage ring then flashed, and a crystalline disc appeared in his hand. Xiao Fu set up the Karma Star Protection Formation to protect this detestable man and treat his injuries. And Lin instructed. A delicate little Loli jumped out and blinked her bright eyes with curiosity. She couldn't understand why Enlin insisted on protecting and treating this detestable man, even though he was calling him a detestable man. 3 seconds later, Xiao Fu figured it out and said excitedly, "Leave it to me." A massive and powerful spell formation instantly formed around Lu Mingxian. Lu Mingxian looked at the white-robed man before him with a complex expression. "And Lin, I owe you a favor, but this is the spirit realm and most of the powerful beings here are from the Void Spirit Tribe, so we should retreat for now. Stop wasting time. You can't even defeat a god engulfing skeleton. Just stay here and watch my performance." And Lin waved his hand impatiently. "You!" Lu Mingxian was infuriated. At this time, the red clouds in the distance were already approaching, and there were also masses of black fog. "Ha ha ha! I was wondering who it was. So, it's that mouse that escaped from me." A mocking expression appeared on the god engulfing skeleton's face. "It wasn't easy for you to escape. Why are you taking things too hard and running back to throw your life away?" The Infernal Abyss Emperor, who had just reattached his body, also spoke in a mocking tone. The image of Enlin fleeing for his life had been deeply engraved into the minds of these 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and they were both ecstatic to see this. This was great. They could wash away their previous humiliation. "And Lin, you won't be able to escape this time. Die." The god engulfing skeleton charged toward Lin menacingly, and Lin walked out of the Karma Star Protection Formation and sneered, "Escape!" He slowly drew his evil-slaying sword. "My apologies, but I'm here to hack everyone here to death." "Hack us to death?" The god engulfing skeleton and the Infernal Abyss Emperor both faltered momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Did I hear wrongly? Little Mouse and Lin wants to kill us?" The Infernal Abyss Emperor couldn't help but burst into laughter as he clutched his pitch-black belly. He's already forgotten how pathetic he looked when he was fleeing. I don't mind teaching him a lesson that will pierce straight into the depths of his soul. The god engulfing skeleton chuckled coldly as it wielded its crimson scythe, and Lin didn't say anything. Instead, he stepped forward, and his body tore through the void and instantly appeared before the god engulfing skeleton. A dazzling light as bright as the sun burst forth from his fist. "What? So fast?" The god engulfing skeleton was given a fright. However, the scythe in its hand was even faster than Lin's, and it slashed through the void in a lethal trajectory. And Lin's eyes had already become pure white, and everything before his eyes seemed to have slowed down to a crawl. He leaned forward and evaded the scythe's attack with his agile movement techniques, while unleashing a powerful punch at the same time. Bam! A golden divine power surged forth, and the terrifying shockwave even sent the nearby Infernal Abyss Emperor flying. The god engulfing skeleton also let loose a wail of anguish as it plummeted from the sky. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? The God engulfing skeleton could sense that Enlin's power had already reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage. No, I must have been too careless just now. At this moment, a piercingly cold sword intent surged through the void. 99 white celestial swords exuded a boundless sword might, and their radiance illuminated the entire realm. A black divine halo appeared above Enlin's head, from which a paramount divine might exuded. The power of the heavenly metal god was imbued into each and every one of the celestial swords, imbuing them with the power to destroy all things. 6 strikes of the war god 100 sword. Streaks of sharp sword projections descended from the sky. The god engulfing skeleton sensed a lethal threat from these sword projections, and it hurriedly swung its crimson scythe to block the flying swords. However, each and every flying sword weighed hundreds of millions of tons, and it was as if they were trying to push through everything in their path. The explosive collisions caused its bones to tremble violently, and it almost lost its grip on the scythe. What kind of terrifying power was this? And Lin could actually wield this kind of power. The god engulfing skeleton knew that Enlin could wield powers similar to the metal gods. However, wasn't the number of times he could use it? How could he use it so recklessly? Finally, the celestial swords broke through the god engulfing skeleton's defenses and landed on its body. The extreme sharpness of the swords crashed into its bones, instantly tearing apart its Tao bones, which were as tough as immortal tools. Ah! The god engulfing skeleton howled in anguish again. Boom, boom, boom. Sword intent exploded and bones flew everywhere. All 99 celestial swords fell in an instant. The god engulfing skeleton had already been punctured by the celestial swords, and it lay on the ground riddled with wounds. The evil slaying sword transformed into the last of the 100 swords, and an extremely dazzling light erupted from it as it descended from the sky and pierced through the god engulfing skeleton's chest, pinning it to the ground. And Lin descended from the sky and stomped a foot onto the god engulfing skeleton's head. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Is this all a void spirit tribe super mighty figure can do? Little Mouse and Lin hasn't even used his full strength yet. The god engulfing skeleton coughed up a few shattered bones, and a dazed expression appeared on its face. How could this be? How could your aura and power have suddenly become so much more powerful? You clearly have the power to back off, so why did you run away? It was unable to reconcile the disheveled Enlin from before with the incomprehensibly powerful Enlin at this moment. As for the infernal abyss emperor, it was trembling uncontrollably in the distance, and it didn't even dare to make a sound. It had clearly been scared out of its wits. This man wasn't Little Mouse and Lin. This was Enlin Daddy,